16th, 2021, and we are going to call to order the Monterey County Board of Supervisors with a roll call from the clerk, please.
Sure. Let the record reflect Supervisor Alejo and Supervisor Lopez are joining via Zoom with Supervisor Phillips, Supervisor Adams, and Chair Supervisor Askew in the board chambers.
Great, thank you. Are there any additions or corrections to our closed session calendar this morning?
No, there are not.
There are not. All right. Well, we do have items number 1A through C on closed session this morning. Is there any public comment on our closed session agenda this morning? We have nobody here with us in chambers. Is there anyone online today? Okay. All right. We don't see anyone on Zoom raising their hand, so I will close public comment on closed session, and we will recess for closed session. We'll be back here at 10:30 to continue with our morning agenda. Thank you.
Testing, testing.
Mic check, mic check. Test, can you hear me? Mic check.
Sounds
Oh,
good. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Perfect. Thank you.
down a little, but it
We are going to call to order the successor agency of the redevelopment agency for the County of Monterey. It is Tuesday, October 19th, 2021. Could we get a roll call, please?
Sure. Let the record reflect Director Alejo is joining via Zoom with Director Phillips, Director Adams, and Chair Director Askew in the board chambers.
Wonderful, thank you. We do have Spanish interpretation services available here in chambers today with Maria Avila as our interpreter. We also have Spanish interpretation services available on our Zoom webinar for anyone who would like to log in and join us on Zoom at webinar ID number 224-397-747. Maria, could you make our announcements? Thank you.
Buenos días, mi nombre es María y estoy aquí para los servicios de intérprete en español.
Fabulous. Next up, I'd like to welcome Peter Antonian, who is one of our Veteran of the Year awardees this year, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. And I think, do we have Peter on the line here? Well, we bring Peter on as our panelist. Peter was raised in Massachusetts and lived for a short while in Florida before joining the U.S. Army in 1989. After traveling the world, he arrived at Fort Ord, California in 1991, being stationed at both Fort Ord and the Presidio of Monterey. Peter proudly served the United States Army for 8 years before embarking on a 20-plus year career in corporate America. 30 years later, he's back on the Central Coast living his dream. Proud father of 3 amazing children, recently blessed with his first grandchild. We're so grateful to have Peter here with us today to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I don't see Peter. Unless he's joining under another name.
Peter, if you're with us on the attendee side, could you raise your hand so that we can pull you in as a panelist? All right, well, it looks like maybe we don't have Peter with us today. So with that, I will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, if you would all please stand.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, sorry we missed you today, Peter, but thank you for your service and congratulations on your selection as a Veteran of the Year. Are there any additions or corrections to our agenda today?
No additions or corrections.
All right. We have general public comment at this point. This is general public comment for the successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the County of Monterey. Is there any public comment for the successor agency agenda today? Seeing none, we'll close public comment and bring it to our consent calendar. We have one item on our consent calendar today for the redevelopment agency, successor agency to the redevelopment agency. Happy to entertain action from the board.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I've been working with the county people to get this finally resolved. It's been flopping around for a while, so I'm pleased to make the motion to approve consent.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion from Phillips, a second from Adams. Is there any public comment on our consent calendar for the successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the County of Monterey? Seeing none, we'll close public comment and bring it back for a roll call vote.
Director Alejo,
Aye.
Director Phillips,
Aye.
Director Adams,
Aye.
and Chair Director Askew.
Aye. With that, the motion carries. Thank you. We will adjourn the successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the County of Monterey and call to order or to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors with a roll call, please.
Let the record reflect Supervisor Alejo is joining via Zoom with Supervisor Phillips, Supervisor Adams, and Chair Supervisor Askew in the board chambers.
Great, thank you. Are there any additions or corrections to our Board of Supervisors agenda this morning?
No additions or corrections.
Okay. We will move on to ceremonial resolutions. We have quite a few ceremonial resolutions on the agenda this morning. We have 2 presentations. So we'll fit to entertain action on the full ceremonial resolutions.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion from Adams, a second from Phillips to approve item number 2 through 23, our ceremonial resolutions. Is there any public comment on ceremonial resolutions? Right, we'll close public comment and bring it back for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo,
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Adams.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Askew.
Aye. Fabulous. All of our ceremonial resolutions are now approved and we'll proceed with our presentations. So first up is item number 2, which is to adopt a resolution proclaiming the weeks of October 22nd through November 22nd as Monterey County Employee Giving Campaign of 2021. And I think we have Sue Chapman and Karen Anderson to make a brief presentation.
Ask you supervisors. I am actually going to turn over the presentation of the resolution and comments to Lori Medina, my co-chair. And we also have Linda Patrick here from the United Way and several others of our committee.
Good morning, supervisors, members of the public. It's good to be here this morning. This is a fun time for us and a time where we really thought that this was deserving to have some attention, our combined giving campaign. Our theme this year is with a little help from our friends. And, you know, we live in the context of community and sometimes our neighbors need helping hands. And that's why we do this campaign. And particularly, you know, as county employees who are so mission driven, we take a lot of pride in fundraising for our community, for different charities, and a lot of other worthy endeavors. And so we really want to encourage our employees. This is a time where we can show kind of how we're a part of the community. And so, you know, Sue, who is a co-chair with us, invited me last year to co-chair with her. It's been a great opportunity. And it was also an unusual year because we have the pandemic. So everything was virtual, but still that even amplified more how people really do need support. Just a little bit, either through a one-time donation, or you can do a monthly payroll deduction. Just a little bit goes such a long way. And I know for those of us who do the monthly deductions, you hardly miss it, you know? And so think about the Starbucks coffee that you might pick up every morning. You know, that could feed several people meals. It could fund medical services. It could help research for childhood illnesses. There are so many different causes that you can support through the employee giving campaign. And we also want to encourage our employees. We have a crew of great coordinators. For each department is represented by coordinators. They're really helping to generate some excitement around our campaign. We want people to be excited. We want people to be competitive and compassionate. We want people to be benevolent and generous. And we want people to be conscious of what's going on around them. Departments or groups can join together and sponsor a cause. You can set challenge goals for your department. There's so many different things that we might do to assist in raising money for our neighbors or our friends. So remember our theme with a little help from our friends. Please, please, please participate, give. We will have gift baskets to raffle this year. Again, we'll bring back some of the fundraisers like the baked potato sale and the baked goods sale. We'll be cautious, make sure that everything is pre-ordered, pre-packaged, so that people can just pick them up and run. But please, 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 any other creative ideas, be creative. That our employees, we know they're the most creative people on the planet. Please think about how we can help to make this one of the best fundraisers that we've had. And with that, thank you.
Thank you, Lori. Thank you, Sue. And thank you to all of our county employees who have participated in employee giving in the past and who are willing to step up this year to participate again. We do have a resolution recognizing Employee Giving Week. If we could just step down for a moment and take a quick photograph with that, we'll be right back up.
And then we can comment after.
Yeah, wonderful. You want to make some comments?
I
Mary?
do.
Okay, here, I'll give you a microphone, but we'll take a picture. We've got to come with your own photographers here. And for anyone who's watching the Zoom cameras up here on the side here. Perfect. All right. Lovely. All right. I've been ready.
As we have the opportunity to present you with this resolution, I just want to take a minute to applaud United Way and to really underscore the things that Lori has said. It really is true that just a little bit makes a huge difference, just a little help from your friends. When you think of the numbers of people that can be fed through the food bank as an example, by just a small amount, as you had said, just the Starbucks coffee, it makes a really big difference. United Way has stepped up to the plate for our county so much in this past year and a half through COVID. United Way has been at the table every time, never asking, well, how much or what about us? It's always just been so positive. So I think and hope that all of us who went through COVID here at the county, we were untouched in many ways. But United Way was right there helping so many people who really were struggling. So my hope is that we remember this and that we come forward and support the employee giving campaign. And thank you very much for coordinating it. And thank you so much for what you do for United Way as well.
Thank you. All right. Actually, I'll just stay down here for another, our next presentation, which is to recognize Christian Mendelson, who founded Lowe's Fishes and Computers, which is the only computer refurbishing and digital fluency organization here in Monterey County. They've distributed over 10,000 computers to underserved Monterey County residents, provided state-of-the-art digital literacy education to over 2,000 underserved Monterey County residents, and provided really meaningful volunteer work for so many people in our community while serving critical needs. And during the pandemic, when students were sent home, Lowe's Fishes and Computers really rose to the challenge, making sure that every student had the opportunity to learn at home with the technology that they needed. I think we have Christian Mendelson. Come on up. You join me. You can bring your guests too. We've got some special guests here with us today. I have my notes trying to find, but who's going to make comments?
You mean just like you
Did
need
you
to
want
say
to
something?
comment?
I'll make
Yeah,
if that's okay.
Okay, yes, of
I'll
course.
just be real quick.
All right, yeah, and then we'll take a picture.
Thank you.
No, the Zoom camera's right there, so if you want to talk to the people online.
Okay. I just talk to everybody. Hello. This is him.
It's on.
Oh, it is. Hi. I'll make this quick. It's an honor to be here today. I want to introduce all four people here have put their heart and soul into Lowe's Fishes Computers. Dahlia is our administrative coordinator. Gabriela Chavez Lopez, she is our new executive director, and she was born and raised in South County, which is incredible. Steve Lieberman has been on our board of directors for at least 5 years, pushing about 6 years. Sandra over there on our left, she has been an incredible volunteer and helped write grants and really like, and that's my son Taylor, and this is my son Russell right here. So even though my name is on there, really this award goes to Lowe's Fishes Computers. I just simply planted the seed. And you want to know how we do it? Okay, I'll tell you how we do it. We do it with heart. And I have to say that the one thing I am proud of and taking credit for is attracting people. You want to try this? Is attracting people who have the same heart and devotion as I did in the beginning. Sorry to turn my back towards you. And all these people and all the volunteers, board of directors, staff, and donors had made Lowe's Fishes Computers tick along. So it's an honor to be here, and thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
That's right. Very good. Very
Thank you.
good. Yeah, thank you. Let's
Thank you.
just take a quick picture here. Say two. Want to say congratulations too? Okay. And look right there at the camera, right there, and say congratulations.
What do you want to do? What?
Okay, you already did it. You guys want to do it together? 1, 2, 3. Hey. Okay. All right. Thank you, Christian. Thank you, Lowe's Fishes and Computers. We value and appreciate the work that you're doing in our community. Also on our ceremony resolutions, we have a whole bunch of Veteran of the Years who are being recognized. As well as a number of Valley of the World awards that Supervisor Lopez submitted. So check those out, and congratulations to everyone on your recognitions. Next up, we have our consent calendar, items number 30 through 39. Are there any of these to be, what was that, did I miss? We did, we approved them, yep. Are there, I think County Council has one item to pull from consent.
Yes, I'd like to pull item 36, please, and I'll speak to it at the appropriate time.
All right. Any others to be pulled today? I wanted to just pull for comment item number 31, which is a health literacy grant. The county received nearly $4 million to support our ongoing community health worker outreach. And I'm just thrilled to see that this ongoing commitment to outreach is one of the goals in this grant application, was that we are continuing to provide accurate, accessible, and culturally and linguistically appropriate communication to our community. This grant will help us do much of that outreach, but it will, I think, continue to help us as we work so hard to cultivate collaborations that assist us to reach our communities where they're at. So really want to just call that out and say thank you to the health department, and thank you to all of our community health workers who share that commitment to reach out to our community. Any other items to pull before we, no? Okay. Did you want to comment on? Okay, perfect.
Thank you. Yes, item 36 is an item to adopt an ordinance amending chapter 7.90 of the Monterey County Code relating to cannabis cultivation. And I would request that the Board of Supervisors adopt a motion to continue this item to next week in order to provide opportunity to publish the official summary of the ordinance before the board considers adoption of the ordinance. So that would take a separate motion.
Okay, so maybe we'll entertain a motion for all items 30 through 39, excluding 36, and then we'll vote separate on 36.
So moved.
Second.
Talk about.
Is there any public comment for our consent calendar items 30 through 39, excluding item 36? Seeing none, I'll close public comment, bring it back for a roll call vote. Thank you.
Supervisor Alejo,
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Adams,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Askew.
Aye. And then next, consider action on item 36 to continue the item to next week so that appropriate notice can occur.
So moved.
I don't
Second.
know if there was public comment on that or not.
We'll do, yep, perfect. So we have a motion from Adams, a second from Phillips. Is there any public comment on item 36 to continue to next week? Seeing none, we'll close public comment and bring it back for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo,
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Adams,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Askew.
Aye. All right. So we'll see that again next week. Next up, we have item number 24, which is a call for general public comments for items not otherwise listed on the agenda. Is there any general public comment today? If you're with us on Zoom, please raise your hand so that I can call on you. We have one hand raised. Caroline, we've got 1:30 on the clock. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Caroline. I'm from Santa Cruz County, just next door. And I apologize if I don't understand the order of proceedings, but is there going to be an opportunity to comment on the strike going on at the county jail?
This would be the time for that. Thank you.
Oh, okay, great. Yeah, so it was just brought to my attention via social media that one of the inmates passed due to COVID-19, which sparked some protests because some basic needs don't seem to be aren't being met. Namely, cleaning the spaces more than once a week and updating the guidelines, the medical guidelines or the safety guidelines for COVID-19, and also getting timely medical attention. It's just really disheartening to hear that this is happening in our local jail and in a place where we really shouldn't have to have people begging for these basic needs. So I really hope that this is addressed immediately. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us today, Caroline. Next up, we have Edgar, followed by Bernie.
Hello, board. My name is Edgar Ernesto Ibarra Gutierrez. I'm the leadership program coordinator at MILPA. And again, just thank y'all for having this, giving this opportunity to speak. I just want to raise concerns once again. As a student, community member in Monterey County, just of like what's happening in the Monterey County jail. It's again, I know the sheriff's department has done, they're taking necessary precautions to ensure all these other things, but again, it's still lacking. People are dying, people are still unsafe, and that's very concerning. These are our most vulnerable community members in there. Some of them have never really ever had opportunity to adequate healthcare, and they're being exposed by certain either folks coming in or other folks that might be as correctional officers are coming in, maybe have contracted the virus, still not vaccinated, still anti-vaxxing, and really just want to put it in perspective that our folks are passing away in there, and the necessary measures need to be taken. And I know the sheriff released a press release saying that what they've been doing is, how do we actually know that? When has the Monterey County, the doctor, or gone in there and really checked out what they're doing? We're only going off of the word of someone who's lied consistently, who's been, doesn't got the best character. So again, just really wanting to push this board to take necessary actions to ensure the safety of everybody that's in there and provide the necessary care that they need as far as healthcare and everything that can deter COVID and the Delta virus too. Thank you.
Thank you, Edgar, for your comments today. Next up, we have Bernie, followed by Beatrice. Oh, I think we might have lost Bernie. Okay, so we'll move on to Beatrice, followed by Alexis. Thank you for joining us today, Beatrice. You'll need to unmute the microphone on your side of the computer. We've got 1:30 on the clock for you. And it looks like you're still muted. There we go.
Okay. Hi. Good morning. My name is Beatriz Diaz, and I live in Greenfield, California. I am very close friend to the parents of Sergio Gonzalez. I think what was the cause of his death, I believe out in the sheriff's department or in the jail, it stated that they're giving them everything and following the guidelines. Apparently this is not so true. They're not being given the appropriate things that they need, like sanitizer, things to clean their rooms, etc. There is a solidarity today, and I will be there this evening. But I pray that you guys will support and really look into this, because this is uncalled for. Inmates are just as humans as we are. And I thank you very much for taking the time to listen to me.
Thank you for joining us and for your comments today, Beatrice. Next up, we have Alexis. Did we lose Alexis? All right, so this is one last call for Alexis, who I think fell off of Zoom, and
I'm
one last
here.
call. Oh, are you here? Okay, Alexis, thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you. The thing made me a panelist, but thank you all so much for the opportunity to speak. Again, my name is Alexis Magdaleno. I'm a resident of South Monterey County, and I want to echo the concerns of the community members and currently incarcerated folks who are striking, who are on a hunger strike, who are protesting. The conditions that Milpa has been raising concerns about for quite some time, since the beginning of COVID. I have been sounding the alarm that these conditions need to change, because we know that the conditions that are currently going on within the jail, and just from the news that we read, we know that there's something not being done to support the best health and the best interest of currently incarcerated folks. And now we're seeing the repercussions of it. We've been sounding the alarm, and now inmates are fed up. Inmates are passing away, and they're tired, and their families are tired. Their families are concerned. There are inmates in there who, quite frankly, shouldn't be in there. At one point, the county jail's population went down to 500, and now it's right back up to where it was pre-COVID. And that's definitely alarming, because how are you going to social distance? How are you going to continue to maintain safe protocol when the jail is at very crowded? So just raising the concerns. I want to support the folks who are currently incarcerated and are raising the alarms around current conditions, and hopefully that their concerns are heard by the Board of Supervisors. These are community members that are coming to you to ask for support, to ask for things to get done, and I'm hoping that the Board of Supervisors can do something about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexis, for your comments today. And finally, we have Bernie.
Good morning. I was also bumped to a panelist. That's why I think lost me at the beginning.
Well, we found you again.
Perfect.
Thanks for
Thank
joining
you.
us,
Thank you
Bernie.
for finding me, giving me the opportunity. But Chair Askew, good morning, and Board Supervisor, good morning. Also, just want to reiterate what's being said. And this is a hunger strike is something that should not be taken lightly. This is a major protest from individuals that are first-handedly experiencing the targeting or the lack of support that they're entitled to. The sheriff has been reporting that they've been doing meeting guidelines and this and that. But the truth is that recently there was 16 officers who tested positive, 100 plus inmates tested positive. Currently, per the data by the BSCC, reported by the BSCC, there's approximately 888 inmates. Only 165 of those inmates have been tested. Since 2010, 2015, we've seen 6 lives lost, right? And then recent times, Sergio and Joanna have lost their lives in the county. So I think it's time for the board to really look into contacting the district attorney, the general attorney's office, and the Department of Justice to investigate the Monterey County Jail and what's going on in there. Also, just want to say that these are people in there that they have the direct experience, they have direct knowledge into the lack of to actually the sheriff actually lying about these things. And we're just asking for the Board of Supervisors to flex their authority and their power and back up the community members, right? There's something going on. The sheriff must be held accountable. Thank you.
Thank you, Bernie. Next up, we have Matt. This is Matt Milsom. We've given you permission to unmute your microphone. Okay, let's try Matt one more time. Matt, are you with us? Okay, I don't see Matt. All right. Playing lost and found with our attendees on Zoom today. Okay. Matt, last call for public comment.
Hey, I'm here. Can you hear me?
There we go. We can hear you. Thank you for joining us. We've got you.
Oh, thanks for taking the call. I'm a doctor at Natividad Medical Center as my job, although I'm speaking on behalf of just myself when I say I'm in solidarity with the prison strikers and the jail hunger strikers who are dealing with obscene public health atrocities on a daily basis. And like, basically, I just want to echo what everyone else has been saying and say that we inherit the white supremacy past of this nation and should do something about it. There's a mental health crisis. We're building a new juvenile hall instead of housing and basic mental health services, and that's causing people to end up in jail for no reason. So, and then COVID. So, I just want to urge, thanks for listening to me today. Just listen to the other folks who are in support of the hunger strikers and really reflect on what we're doing here as a county. Thanks.
Thank you for joining us today, Matt. I don't see any other hands raised, so I'm going to close public comment. Oh, we've got one last hand. Okay, and this is your last call for public comment. If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand now so that I can call on you. Rosara?
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
We can. Thank you for joining us today.
Hi, yes, good morning, Chair Askew and Board of Supervisors. Hopefully you're doing well. So my name's Rosara Figueroa Mendoza, and I'm here to support the folks that are behind the wall at the Monterey County Jail who started a hunger strike actually this morning at 5 a.m., which was actually sparked by the death of Sergio Gonzalez, as someone mentioned earlier, who died due to COVID. And so inmates are protesting the lack of updated medical guidelines regarding COVID-19, the harsh living conditions, and generally the lack of sanitizing supplies to adequately keep themselves clean and their units and their living quarters, right? We're requesting that you as elected officials, that you use your power to intervene and contact the Department of Justice and the Attorney General in California to investigate the Monterey County Jail. We know that there's a lot of people that are in there mainly because they're poor, because they have no other way out, right? The prison system is something that is a business. A lot of times it's making money off the backs of poor, Black, Indigenous people of color. And so making sure that just because folks are inmates, they're not treated any less than human. That's actually what causes a lot of atrocities, as folks have mentioned earlier. It's being able to see people as human beings and understand that they require and need basic human necessities. They're not asking for anything unreasonable or anything like that. So we do ask that y'all take the measures necessary to protect these individuals, especially in light of the sheriff's department and even the sheriff not really following the mandate that y'all had even put on him and his department of making sure that people are vaccinated. So that has an effect on people's lives. And even, the inmates are taking the initiative to speak out for themselves and having the support of their loved ones and community members. So we're here to just ask you, please intervene and use your power to connect with the Department of Justice and Attorney General. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments and for joining us today. Right, I'm going to close public comment and we'll move on to our scheduled item for 10:30 a.m., which is to receive a presentation on the operations and outcomes of Casa de Noche Buena, a low barrier emergency shelter for single women and families with children located in the city of Seaside. I think we have Glorietta Rowland with us to make some introductions and kick us off. Thank you so much, Glorietta.
Yes, good morning, Chairman Askew, and hello to the supervisors. It's my pleasure to introduce Sean Stone, who is the program officer for the Casa de Noche Buena shelter on the Monterey Peninsula, here to share some of the wonderful accomplishments of the program.
Great, thank you, Glorietta. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, supervisors, agency members, and members of the public. Am I able to share screen, or is that something that the clerk has to do? Or is able to do?
You should be able to. Go ahead and try.
Okay. Okay. All right. Should be loading in. Can everyone see that?
Yep, it's up.
Good job.
Perfect. Okay. I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Sean Stone. I'm a senior program officer at Community and Human Services. And with us, we have program officer Elsa Guillen, who's she's the program officer of Casa Noche Buena. So Casa Noche Buena is a shelter for homeless women and families with children. And so it's a program that's operated in partnership between two agencies, Community Human Services and Gathering for Women. It's the first homeless shelter specifically for women and families with children on the Monterey Peninsula. Gathering for Women is an agency that provides support to homeless women with their day center located in Monterey. They have meal service, showers, laundry service, clothes, job readiness training, and enrichment classes. And Community Human Services has 50 years experience, over 50 years experience, providing substance abuse services, mental health services, and homeless services throughout the Monterey County. So Casa Noche Buena is located in Seaside at 1292 Olympia Avenue. The building is leased to CHS from the county at no cost. We completed renovations to this modular building through funding by HEAP and private donations. And the shelter consists of 9 bedrooms, 5 bathrooms, a dining room that can be altered to be a classroom, a laundry room, kitchen, lounge, 2 offices for case management, and a backyard. At Casa Noche Buena, the main goal is getting our clients housed. So we provide them with case management, employment assistance, life skill education, and connections to other supportive services, which are aimed to help them stay housed. Our facility also offers support that's children specific. So, arts and crafts, books, TV, an outdoor play area, and everything that will support their education. So the program is able to, at this time, accommodate up to 18 people. And that is due to our COVID restrictions. We want to be able to provide enough area for social distancing. But once COVID conditions improve, we should be able to accommodate up to 35. Guests can stay for up to 90 days, but longer if there's a reasonable justification. If they're waiting for a housing application to go through or some other supportive service that's dependent on their stay. And through Gathering for Women, they provide additional case management and meals. So eligibility for guests at Casa Noche Buena it's a low barrier shelter. So the only criteria that is required for individual or families to be eligible is meeting the federal definition of homelessness, being 18 years or older, and being able to benefit from the program. So what's considered a family is a parent and a child. So there could be a couple parents, a couple children, or one. In terms of barriers to admission, a history of violence, a danger to others or themselves, being a registered sex offender, unwilling to abide by shelter rules, or previously being terminated from the shelter would only be the barriers to their admission. Oops, I should be clicking here. Sorry, everybody. So for our admissions, it's been changed slightly due to COVID-19. But the first step is to contact our facility. So we have clients who can be supported by case managers in other agencies or elsewhere, contact us by phone. We just collect their contact information, conduct an initial screening for eligibility, and then we get them on the callback list. So when we have a room available, what we do is we conduct a more in-depth screening. We go over their history and their goals. We conduct an initial assessment for COVID symptoms, and schedule an intake appointment in person at the facility. So then the third and final step is getting them on site. We provide an overview of the program handbook, COVID education and prevention materials, tour the facility, and get them in. Currently, we have a modified shelter in place, which means all guests and staff must be wearing face coverings at all times. In addition, all guests and staff have to practice social distancing guidelines. Upon admission, if a guest isn't vaccinated, they must isolate in their rooms until they receive a COVID test, which will be 3 or 5 days after their admission. Anytime a guest leaves the shelter for a planned outing that's approved by a case manager, there's a 4-step process when they come back. They have to wash hands or sanitize their hands, complete the health screening questionnaire. We take their temperature and record it, and screen them for any drugs, alcohol, or weapons. This next slide has just some photos of the backyard area, our donor wall and lobby, the living room, and the backyard, which we have some plans coming up real soon to get some landscaping done and have some pavers put in, a little play area that's safe. And finally, just some data here. Our current census right now, we have 14. Half of them are single women, half of them are families. Again, our max capacity at this time with COVID restrictions is 18. Since we opened the facility exactly to the day 9 months ago, we've had a total of 41 guests. We've had 12 children, over 10,000 meals served. And out of our 27 exits, there's been 7 who have exited back to homelessness, 1 to another shelter. 4 out of the 27 have exited to transitional housing, and 15 have exited to permanent housing, which is incredibly successful, given it's only been open for 9 months. So we're really proud of that. So that's it. We're really appreciative of all the community, city, and county support of this program and all of our other programs. And thank you for having us today. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out by phone, email. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sean, for the presentation and for all of the work that has gone into making this, putting this program together and getting it up and running, especially in the middle of a global pandemic. Gloria, did you have anything else to add? Was there more to the presentation before we go to board discussion? Okay. All right, I'm getting a head shaken in the audience here. So we're going to bring it back to the, thank you again, Sean, bring it back to the board for discussion, comments and questions from my colleagues on the board. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. I had the opportunity to tour the facility several months back, and I'm just so pleased to see the renovated space and how it supports people experiencing homelessness in our community. It is absolutely an uplifting place to visit. I mean, it really is. It's clean. It's beautifully decorated. The outside area is very inviting. And I just thank you so much for the update on Casa de Noche Buena. It's just so good to see the HEAP funding go to a shelter that serves women and families on the peninsula. I'm just delighted that we're able to have this. And I do have a few questions. So I just wanted to know what the occupancy situation is. Is it full most of the time?
That's a good question. Yes. So what we have right now is rooms that are designated for families and rooms that are designated for single women. And the rooms that are designated for single women have 2 beds in each room. So under COVID guidelines, it's a little tricky getting people admitted and having isolation. Elsa, do you have any other notes to it?
No, just that we do try to make sure that our shelter is always occupied. We do have pretty lengthy wait list, so we want to make sure that we are serving our clients and our potential guests as soon as possible.
Thank you. I had a feeling there was probably a wait list. I'm not surprised, which brings me to my other question. I can't recall exactly the parking situation in the back. I know it was a small but adequate parking lot in front. Has there been any hopes or discussions about expanding the program, maybe having some sort of a temporary building where you could separate it up into additional housing units or beds essentially for women or men, since you allow dads with kids. So has there been any discussion about expansion at all?
On our end, we're always advocating, especially in the homeless service field, more housing, more beds. So in terms of this program, right now we just opened it, we just got it started, and we're really interested in any other services that would be available to this population in need. But right now for Casa Noche Buena, it's pretty set in what we have available at the time.
Thank you so much. And thanks for your presentation again.
Thank you.
Supervisor Phillips?
I thank you for your presentation, and I think this was a good investment by the county, needed investment in this and the Share Center. It was probably long overdue, so thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Alejo?
Yes. Sorry about that. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. I just wanted to comment. I know that this was a long talked about program after searching. So I really wanted to take an opportunity to thank the providers, knowing that for many years, we were hoping to find a permanent year-round shelter on the peninsula. And finally, the community came forward. I really want to recognize the city of Seaside, but also our nonprofit partners that are now managing the center. And as another good example, just like the Share Center, to show that we could provide critical services to our most vulnerable residents, in this case, women and children, and that it is not associated with many of the concerns that we heard raised from the community, that these are well managed, they're running good, they're serving the community. And I really like seeing the numbers of people moving into permanent housing or transitional housing, because the goal is not to keep folks in shelters. The goal is to get them into a permanent housing situation. And so the services, I think that's the most critical part, being able to show the community now, just in a few months that it's been open, to be able to get people into housing. So that is really, I think, showing the impact that what shelters have. They're the safety net, get people into a safe situation, provide services, provide security, especially for young children. And then from there, you're able to have those wraparound services and then find permanent housing for them. So this is, I think, really a testament of a good vision and hard work. And I know this was a partnership with not only the cities and the nonprofit partners, but I know that the county and certainly the Lead Me Home Leadership Council and our Coalition of Homeless Service Providers were a key part of this. So I know Roxanne Wilson and many others and our county staff were key in making sure this all came together nicely. But I think it's important, as part of this work on homelessness, is to show the progress to the community and show that they are working right, because we have to do many more of these. I know when we were contemplating these, we got some pushback, but I said, even if we finish these projects, we're just scratching the surface of the work that needs to get done to serve our homeless residents. So I look forward to doing more of these projects, but hopefully more permanent supportive housing, so that we could house those in shelters and get them into a permanent housing situation. So I want to just applaud everybody who realized this work so far, and hopefully it will continue to get people into housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo, and thank you for your support when the HEAP funding process was underway for supporting both a shelter in Salinas as well as one on the peninsula, that we know that the needs are significant. I did have a question, Sean, maybe this is for Sean or for county staff, but I know that because we use HEAP funding for this project, that there is a 10-year requirement to maintain operations. And at this point, it really is primarily our nonprofit philanthropically funded operations that are allowing this shelter to operate, with some contributions from the county, a little bit of contribution from cities as well. But really it is, Community Human Services and Gatherings for Women stepped up in a pretty significant and consequential way. Is there a funding plan for that 10 year of operations? I know the county's $100,000 is a drop in the bucket compared to what the 10-year operations plan is.
Yes, definitely. I mean, I wish I could provide more details, but I know that the planning of the future funding to continue operations at the facility was thought about and planned since day one. So that's definitely an ongoing effort and will be continuing to be a process for sure. So we are continuing to look at that.
Great, thank you. And I do, we are beginning sort of the county budget process for next year is starting now. And so I think if there are clear requests or clear understanding of what the needs are, how the county can be expected to continue participating and supporting this work, please let us know loudly and clearly what those needs are so that we can do our part to ensure that this remains a successful operation. And I think those are my questions. I want to just again emphasize it and how significant it was that we were able to pull off this particular shelter. It required the state to put money on the table so that we could bring the partners to the table. There were many, many, many meetings. There were behind the scenes conversations. There was figuring out, county facility staff trying to identify sites that the county owned that we could make available. Figuring out how do we work with the city who would be hosting this location. We had, remember one meeting in particular at the Community Foundation, it was pouring rain outside and we gathered everyone together. We strategically placed, I think, Gatherings for Women and Community Human Services directors seated next to each other at a table, hoping that they would be able to engage in some sort of conversation about how to pull this thing together. And it worked. And here we are today. I want to just give some big recognition to the city of Seaside. This was not something that was a done deal. This was, as Supervisor Alejo knows too well, the community meetings where people communicate that this is not what they want in their neighborhood. We sat through many community meetings, and it really was thanks to Councilmember John Wizard, Councilmember Dave Pacheco, who were willing to put their political power on the line and tell the community that the need for this was so significant that we needed to find a way to work together. I had a phone call just last month with a resident who had very vocally been opposed to the shelter and spoken out loudly and clearly that this was not the right location for that shelter. We talked about how he actually shared with me how pleased he is with the way that the shelter is looking from the outside, with how nicely landscaped everything is. And he's really proud to have this shelter in the center of town. And for me, that was the kind of feedback that I think we can all be really proud of. And I just, as we head down this path of recognizing that we need more of these kinds of places for people to have safe legal places to sleep where they can raise their families and get into permanent shelter. It's really great when everyone shows up to celebrate and cut ribbons and take tours and talk about how wonderful it is. But getting to that point really requires true leadership and vision and the willingness to stand up to people who are saying no and say, you know what, our community deserves to have safe, clean places to sleep. And I hope that as we move forward, recognizing that we will be receiving the 5-year update to our homelessness plan, the need for that kind of leadership in our cities, in our residents, in our nonprofits, from this board is significant, and we're going to need a lot more of it. So just want to say, love it when we're all there to celebrate today, but we're going to need to do a lot more of that kind of stepping out in front on these kinds of issues. So thank you for hearing me through that. The other comment I wanted to make in response to Supervisor Adams had a comment about looking at additional housing on that particular site. That site, the property is a pretty prominent corner in Seaside that the County of Monterey owns. Our social services building is currently on that site. It's highly visited location. It serves the entire peninsula with social services. And as the city of Seaside looks to renovate and redevelop their Broadway corridor, I think that there is an opportunity for the County of Monterey to consider this site as part of our capital improvements planning for potential housing, for an upgraded social services building. I think there's a lot of opportunity with this particular property that we can both support the vision that the city of Seaside has for the Broadway corridor, as well as continue to meet more of the community needs that we see so urgently in front of us. So I'm looking forward to continuing to push that ball up the road. But with that, I'll pass it back to you, Supervisor.
Thank you. I just had one other comment when we were talking about leadership and the 10-year plan and what we can do to help. And one of the things we can do to help is to support the organizations. And by chance, Gathering for Women is having a fundraising breakfast on November 5th. And I just thought I would put that out for people to consider.
Great, thank you. I'm going to take this out to public comment. Is there any public comment on this presentation today? And this is just a presentation. We're not taking any specific action, but I will open it up. And we do have Bernard. Thank you for joining us today.
Yeah, good morning once again. Yeah, I just want to highlight this this effort, right? County, city, community-based organization, community effort. This is people helping people who are struggling, and just want to thank those that have been involved, that are doing the work, that are it's putting families, experiencing families who are experiencing homelessness, right? It's like thinking about the impacts that these kids are having, but these little things is help, that these kids and mothers and fathers are experiencing. Also, it uplifts them, it gives them hope, and this is the type of resources that the county should continue to really support. And not saying that the county hasn't, but how do we expand this? How do we? I know you're looking to it, and just I'm liking what I'm hearing. It's really hopeful. We are experiencing a homeless epidemic, right? And just thinking about also that those mothers that are struggling, that are not on the waiting list, right? That might be locked up, that might be experiencing, they might have been ostracized because, whatever it is that they're going through. But, having that outreach, having a broader, more robust investment, expanding this program. In 9 months, you've done a great job. So thank you for your effort, for your dedication. And I'm sure on behalf of the families, it's like, muchas gracias.
Thank you for those comments today. Any other public comment on this presentation? Otherwise, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the board. And I'm not sure, I think we heard from everyone. Supervisor Lopez, did you have any additional comments before we wrap up?
No additional comments, Madam Chair. I just want to share in everybody's appreciation for the work that has happened. I know that as we continue to struggle with homelessness throughout our communities, the answer is building these centers where people can seek out resources. But it's really got to be there. It takes two parts. People have to desire the change. And I think those who come forward at this center have shown that desire. And it's incredible to see the community embrace it as much as they have. And as we move forward, I know I've got communities in South County ready to step up and stand up some shelters as well. And so as we continue to move forward in this fight against homelessness, as well as look for opportunities for our communities to be safely housed, I just want to state that South County stands prepared to do its part, and appreciate everything that has taken place in Seaside and the partnerships, because nobody can do it alone. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Great, thank you. All right, with that, we will receive this report, and thank you again, Sean, for joining us. And I've got two Sean Stones up. Who do you have with you today?
Elsa again. Elsa is our program officer on site at Casa Nostra Buena.
Fabulous. Also, thank you so much for all the work that you're doing. We appreciate you joining us today.
Thank you.
Thank you to everyone in the community.
Yeah, we really appreciate all the support, and I know the clients do too. So thank you for having us.
Fabulous. All right. With that, I think we're finishing the morning session early. All right, we're going to finish the morning session early and we'll be back here at 1:30 for our afternoon schedule. Thank you. We're going to recess. Sorry, we're going to recess to close session again. All right, thanks.
Microphone two, microphone two. One, wireless mic one.
So Valerie is not here anymore? Yeah, she's here. She's on vacation, so I'm covering for her.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Test, can you hear me? Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Can you see it?
He's currently, covering for the session. Yeah. So let me distribute it. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so that's
Hi, Jamie. This is Emmy. I'm promoting you to make sure that we are ready to go once we reconvene at, for your item number 26.
All right, welcome back, everyone. It is Tuesday, October 19th, 2021, and we are going to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors for our afternoon session. We'll start with a roll call from the clerk, please.
Sure. Let the record reflect Supervisor Alejo and Supervisor Lopez are joining via Zoom with Supervisor Phillips, Supervisor Adams, and Chair Supervisor Askew in the board chambers.
Wonderful, thank you. We have Spanish interpretation services available here in chambers today with interpreter Maria Avila. We also have Spanish interpretation available on Zoom for anyone who's joining us on Zoom. Our Zoom ID number is 224-397-747.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es María y estoy aquí para los servicios de intérprete en español.
Fabulous. We will start with item number 26, which is a public hearing to consider approval of a lot line adjustment between two legal lots and a variance on lot 1 resulting from the lot line adjustment. And I will introduce looks like Jamie Guthrie, our senior planner, for our presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Jamie Scott Guthrie, project planner for PLN 180428, the OP Murphy Produce and Gill lot line adjustment. This application is requesting a lot line adjustment that includes a parcel under Williamson Act contract, and that is subject to consideration and approval by the Board of Supervisors after review and recommendation by the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission does recommend approval of the project after reviewing the project at a duly noticed public hearing on September 8, 2021. The applicant requests this lot line adjustment between two parcels at 31450 Highway 101 in Gonzales. The parcels are zoned F40 farmland with minimum 40 acres in size. And this is in the Central Salinas Valley Area Plan. The existing configuration is shown here on slide 3 with lot 1 on the right, and that is developed with an existing tomato packing facility with approximately 16 acres leased for cropland use. Lot 2 on the left is under Williamson Act contract. The proposed configuration would result in lot 1 becoming smaller and lot 2 becoming larger. Staff requests that the board direct the clerk of the board to amend the Williamson Act contract, adding the approximate 16 acres to the contract. The project also includes a request for a variance. Tomato processing facility has been in operation on the existing lot 1 since 1974, and that was on a 27-acre site for a 5.8% building coverage. By becoming smaller, the adjusted lot 1 would increase building coverage to 14.45%. The applicant requests a variance to allow building coverage to exceed the 5% as allowed in the farmland zone. The Agricultural Advisory Committee reviewed the project on December 5th, 2019, and voted unanimously to approve the project as proposed with no changes. With that, the staff recommendation is that the Board of Supervisors adopt a resolution finding the project is a minor alteration to land that qualifies for the Class 5 categorical exemption pursuant to Section 15305 of the CEQA guidelines, and there are no exceptions to the exemption pursuant to Section 15300.2 of the CEQA guidelines. approving a lot line adjustment between the existing Lot 1 of 27.048 acres and Lot 2 of 292.23 acres, resulting in an adjusted Lot 1 and adjusted Lot 2, and approving a variance to allow 14.45% building coverage in exceedance of the 5% maximum allowed on the adjusted Lot 1, authorizing the chair of the board to execute a new or amended farmland security zone contract to add 16.204 acres to farmland security zone contract number 2011-015 between the county and the property owners of record, and directing the clerk of the board to record the new or amended farmland security zone contract and to file the lot line adjustment map with the county recorder. This concludes staff's presentation. Staff is available for questions.
Great, thank you for the presentation. Questions from the board? Oh, okay. Actually, we're going to go to the applicant. Christine, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, members of the board. I have a simple PowerPoint that I wanted to just reiterate what's happening. It's very straightforward. There were two errata comments that I thought Jamie was going to make. One was that we did not have an expiration date on the bottom of the resolution. So Jamie indicated that that should be a 2-year expiration. And the other request was that it's a tomato packing plant. It's not a processing plant. And there, those words were interchanged in the resolution. So the resolution should be changed to just say tomato packaging plant or packing plant. Okay, next slide. So we have 16 acres of a lot line adjustment. The O.P. Murphy property is 27. You've seen this as you drive south. It's across from the Soledad prison, the big sheds there. Been in the Murphy family for many, many years. So that parcel will become 10 acres. The adjacent farmland, farmed by the Gill family, Sam McKenzie, longtime farmers in the South County area. That property is now 292 acres. It'll become 308 acres. Next slide. This is just an aerial photograph because the aerial photographs show it the best. Next slide. So basically the row crop area there that's north of the little holding pond, that will go into row crop. It's currently being farmed by the Gill family and various entities. The existing tomato packaging plant will remain on its own parcel that will be 10 acres in size. Next slide, please. Fire Ranch leases that 16 acres of row crop, and O.P. Murphy remains a tomato packaging plant. Next slide, please. There's no change in the use of either properties. They're both allowed in the farmland zoning district. It actually leads to a superior configuration because it protects the agricultural use of the 16 acres that are now owned by O.P. Murphy, but farmed by the Fire Ranch entity. And it continues and promotes ongoing agricultural activities. And as Jamie indicated, the adjusted row crops will be amended into the existing Williams Net contract that is on the Gill property, also known as the Fire Ranch. The special circumstances warrant the variance. It's not unlike lots of those other aluminum buildings you see in South County when you go south and look along the railroad tracks there. It's been there since 1974, pre-Title 21. Both properties remain in agricultural use, but it just adjusts the property lines to how the owners and lessees are using it. Next slide, please. Thank you. We appreciate staff's recommendation. It was approved by the Agricultural Advisory Committee. It was approved by the Planning Commission for recommendation. With the two errata changes, Eric's here as well to speak to that if necessary. We would ask that you approve the entitlements before you today and authorize the chair to sign the amended Williams Net contract, which I think will come out of Wendy's office through Mary Perry. So I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Fabulous. Thank you. Let's see here. So let's take it up to the public now, unless I saw any hands raised. Take it up for our public comment. Anyone in chambers? Anyone on Zoom? please raise your hand so that I can call on you. Not seeing any public comments, so we will close public comment and bring it back to the board.
Madam Chair, this is Lopez. I'd love to move staff recommendation.
I'll second that. Was there a question about some errata changes? So,
Would you like to ask Eric to explain the errata changes?
This is on, but there's two of them. We need to change the word from packing, excuse me, from processing to packing. And then we need to add the expiration date, the 2-year timeframe.
So the motion will include those.
as will my second. Thank you.
Right, we have a motion from Lopez, a second from Phillips.
So this would include adopting the staff recommended resolution with the 2 corrections staff just stated.
Yes.
Correct. All right. Any further discussion? I don't see anyone's hands raised, so we'll take a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo,
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Adams,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Askew.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you all for the work. Thank you for being here today. We will move on to item number 27, to adopt a resolution to deny the appeal of the administrative decision of the Director of Housing and Community Development to deny the request for 2 unconditional certificates of compliance for assessor's parcel number 416-022-006-000. And I believe we have Michael Gatz, Chief of Surveys, and Eric Lundquist, Director of HCD, here to share some information. Thank you.
I'll just take the opportunity to introduce Michael Getz, who you just introduced. He's going to take the presentation away as the technical expert. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Askew and members of the board. As Eric mentioned, my name is Michael Getz and I'm the county surveyor. I'm a 4th-generation Monterey County resident, and I've been a professional land surveyor for 35 years, with the majority of my work being done in Monterey County. And while I was in the private sector, I performed historical title research for dozens of projects in order to support their legal lot status. And for the last 10 years, as was mentioned, I've had the privilege of being the county surveyor for Monterey County. So before we get into the specifics of this, let's first review how lots for development are legally created. We need to keep in mind one major principle, that once a parcel is legal, it's always legal unless it's been merged. In other words, you may own several connected lots or properties, but just because you own them all together and they're connected doesn't merge them into one because you own them together. They still remain separate parcels. To merge lots, California Civil Code 1093 requires the express written consent of the grantor. Now, this seems pretty black and white, but we will see other factors must be considered. Today, new lots are created through the subdivision process that culminates when a final map or a parcel map is filed with the county recorder. And when that map files, those lots come into existence. But prior to 1964, divisions of land into 4 or less parcels did not require an approved subdivision. One party could simply deed a portion of property to another, and that would legally create the parcel. Beginning in 1930, the county began to pass zoning ordinances, which among other things could require certain minimum lot size. But much of the county at the time had an unclassified zoning, which did not require a specific lot size. So maps or deeds are the legal instrument that can create lots and parcels. Now, in today's case, there is no map. This was never a map parcel, but the parcels that we will consider are all from deeds prior to 1964. But can we reasonably expect that every deeded parcel was meant to be a separate legal parcel? Reasonableness requires us to discern the grantor's intent. Consider, if you owned a piece of property in the 1940s and you wanted to adjust the boundary with your neighbor, and you decide the adjustment parcels, then you would prepare a deed to transfer a couple tenths of an acre or so to adjust the line between you. And then the deeds would be recorded. Would that mean that you intended those little pieces to be separate, or were you just adjusting the boundary? With that in mind, let's get into the specifics of this particular property. We'll start by briefly reviewing the history of the development of the subject parcel. In 1944, the parent 47.4 acre parcel was granted to Gribben and Parks. The next year, Gribben and Parks began to divide the parent parcel into smaller parcels. The first parcel being this 2.9 acre parcel granted to Parks, and later the land on the other side of the river was granted to Meadows. So now let's focus in on the Powers parcel, which is highlighted here, and the newly created Clarabit parcel. On June 7, 1949, Gribben and Parks granted to Clarabit this 4.16 acre parcel. And on the very same day, they granted a strip to enlarge the Powers parcel. So after the conveyances, it resulted in two pieces of property, a little over 4 acres. However, you'll notice that it only stayed in this configuration for about 2 months, from June 7th to August 12th, 1949. Because following the conveyances, on August 12th, Powers and Clarabit decided to change their boundaries. We would likely call it a lot line adjustment today. In sequentially recorded deeds, recorded on the same day, Powers conveyed to Clarabit 0.36 acres, and Clarabit conveyed to Powers 0.17 acres. Interestingly, you'll note a significant portion of the 0.36 acres falls within the Carmel River. So the usable land exchange was likely calculated to be the same, 0.17 acres, an equal exchange of land. Now, the appellant asserts that this 0.36 acres was conveyed as a separate legal parcel, and it was always understood to be such. However, please note what occurred within 2 years of this property line adjustment. This 1956 aerial photo shows the adjusted parcel accommodated the construction of the Clarabit house. It's a little fuzzy there. It's what the footprint's somewhat like. According to the assessor's records, the house was constructed in 1951, less than 2 years after the property line adjustment. The fact that the Clarabits built their home over the old line clearly demonstrates that the intent of the Powers Clarabit adjustment was not to create 2 new parcels, which would have been very oddly shaped, very small triangles that were undevelopable, but rather the boundary change was simply done to allow the Clarabits to construct their home in the location they desired. The appellant will also assert that the way the legal description is written, where it seems to describe the 4.35 acre parcel as 2 separately described parcels, gives evidence that there are 2 legal parcels. However, in my opinion, the legal description was not written with the intent to describe 2 separate parcels, but it simply uses the same description from the triangle deed conveyed by Powers. Basically, this parcel plus this triangle equals the whole. In the 2007 California appeals case, Brown versus Tehama, the court included this citation. Extrinsic evidence is always admissible to explain the cause of a deed for the purpose of their application to the subject matter, and thus to give effect to the deed. In the discussion of that case, the court emphasized the need to ascertain the intent of the parties. Here we have clear extrinsic evidence that the conveyance of the triangles was not to accommodate or was done to accommodate a desired building site, not with the intent to convey separately developable parcels. Okay. So this leads to the actual creation of the subject parcel in 1962. This was done by a deed to Cook, which first described parcel 1 and parcel 2 being all the 4.35 acres highlighted here. And then it accepts out a described parcel being the northeasterly 2.322 acres. So that goes away, leaving this being the parcel actually conveyed to Cook. So this is where it gets a little more technical. The 2007 appeals case mentioned earlier extensively reasoned on the anti-merger rule of California Civil Code Section 1093, decided that this anti-merger rule does not apply to fractional parcels that have never been separately and distinctly described. The 0.36 acre parcel minus the 0.01 acres, this little triangle of the exception, is not separately and distinctly described in any deed. In other words, this remaining 0.35 acres is not separately described anywhere. Consequently, the fractional 0.35 acre parcel should not be considered legal. Additionally, in 1962, the zoning ordinance in existence at the time required a minimum 1 acre building site. Prior to this conveyance, if we were to accept the premise that the area designated Roman numeral 2 was a separate parcel, it would have been considered legal non-conforming since it was only basically 1/3 of an acre in size. The effect of this conveyance reduced the area of that small parcel, that non-conforming parcel. That would have been a violation of the zoning ordinance since it reduced the size of a non-conforming parcel. So in reality, the way the legal description was written, no consideration was given to the effect of the exception on this area, Roman numeral 2. This gives further evidence that all parties involved intended to convey only one parcel to Cook in 1962. Consistent with that, the assessor assigned only one assessor's parcel number to the entire Cook parcel. Here's the parcel as it is shown in the 1964 assessor's book. You will note that no line is shown defining a 0.36 acre area, supporting the conclusion that all parties understood that this was only one 2.03 acres. And you can see that noted by the assessor. That's the size of the parcel. The appellant has also indicated that this 1981 building permit for the second house on the 2 acres substantiates the existence of 2 legal lots. Please note on this building permit card, the zoning designation is KGJB4, not RR 2.5 as the appellant suggests. We'll come back to that, but for now, notice the date of the planning sign off. It's 7/13/81. This takes us to the plot plan that was associated with that building permit. On the face value, it may appear to indicate 2 lots, but there's a notation on the line right here. It says, typical lot line for setbacks only. It is also initialed by the owner, Glenn McGowan, and it's dated 7/13/81, same day as the planning sign off. This was obviously required by the planner to clarify the meaning of this line, why this line was on this plot plan. This would demonstrate that if the parcel happened to be later subdivided, the setbacks would conform to the existing zoning requirements. Please note that these lines do not correspond to the 0.35 acre line, which is over there. Now, the appellant submitted a zoning map dated April 8, 1980. that showed the zoning to be 2.5 acre minimum. The reasoning provided is if there were not already two lots, if the property is zoned 2.5 acre minimum, two houses would not be allowed since it was only 2 acres. So the reasoning is, since planning did allow 2 houses, there must have been 2 existing lots. But of course, we saw in the building permit that the zoning isn't 2.5 acres. It was listed as KGJB4, which allows 1 acre building sites, which would be consistent to have two houses. So we'll go through a couple zoning maps here. And this one is from February 12th, 1980. The house was built in 1981. So here we see that zoning designation KGJB4. Here's the subject parcel. Here's a list of amendments. This, of course, is a kind of a blow up of 2 portions of the map. And this is the standard format for zoning maps, that there were amendments, a running total of amendments, and the zoning and the map as they incorporate the different amendments. Here's the one that the appellant lists, and it is dated April 8th, 1980, and it shows this rural residential 2.5 residential allocation zoning. But curiously, there's no amendments. There's no amendments listed. I'm not exactly sure what this is, the purpose of this one, because if we advance to now the 1983 version, here we have the same zoning as we saw in February 1980, KGJB4. We have the list of amendments, and the last amendment is not April 8th, 1980, it's February 12th, 1980. So there's no mention here of the April 8th amendment. It apparently never came into effect. By looking at other building permits and in the same vicinity off Schulte Road in that same time frame, all the building permit cards that I reviewed have the same KGJB4 zoning. So that's what was analyzed by the Planning and Building Department. And again, the B4 zoning allows 1 acre building sites, so construction of a second house on 2 acres conform to the zoning listed on the permit card. Here's a site plan recently submitted by the property owner, showing the existing development on the 2 acre parcel. Although the property owner stated in a recent letter that they always believed there were 2 separate lots, here no 2 separate parcels are shown. The existing development does not correspond to the 0.36 acre line, somewhere in there. In fact, the site details provided on another sheet of plans shows it is on 2.03 acres. Finally, here is a Google Earth image from earlier this year. Again, the existing development does not correspond to the 0.36 acres. All things considered, in my professional opinion, all the evidence indicates there's only 1 existing legal parcel, and the HCD director made the correct determination. So as stated earlier, staff is recommending that the board deny the appeal and affirm the director's decision that the subject property does not qualify for 2 unconditional certificates of compliance. And we are also asking the board to authorize the HCD director to issue 1 unconditional certificate of compliance for the entire subject property. This concludes staff's presentation, and we are available for questions.
Thank you. Would the appellant like to make a brief presentation? Thank you for joining us.
Good afternoon, Chair Askew, members of the board. My name is Joel Panzer with Maureen Ruck Planning Consultants, representing the owner applicants, John and Tammy Lewis, Lewis Home Builders. In my career, I've done close to 130 certificates of compliance, from Spanish era land grants to cases like this. So I've got what I see to be a pretty good familiarity with evidence that needs to be presented to support a certificate. And I want to go into that in a little bit of detail. I did take a COVID time out for about 1.5 years, and like the little overhead slide projector is no longer here. So I'm gonna have to be descriptive. I had 5 slides to present. And for the record, if I may, I'll just submit the information I'm going to also include in my review today. And bear with me because as staff and I have gone back and forth, there's a little bit of shifting and adjustment and so forth in terms of information and interpretation. From my perspective, in reviewing the subdivision map act, there's clear requirements that need to be met by HCD in terms of their approach and review. So I would have a difference of opinion in the way that was stated by the county surveyor. And the presentation I'll make, and I'll try to be brief, but the presentation I'll make is intended to demonstrate that there are 2 legal parcels. I find nothing in the record that demonstrates clear evidence that an owner had intended to merge anything. In fact, the 11 deeds and a court order based certificate of death use the same legal description that consistently describes 2 parcels. The August 62 conveyance, and there's 3 points to make. So first is the 1962 property subdivision, which is the focus of some of the things you heard from staff. In 62, Cecil Cook and Greta Peterson are co-owners of the property as investors, and it's really an investment opportunity. They have Coast County Land and Title to assist them with a minor subdivision, a larger parcel that was shown on the staff slide. Mr. Getz, if you could pull up the 62 version of the parcel configuration, that would be helpful. Again, I'm a little technological disadvantage here. So Cook and Peterson jointly own the property, and I went over to the recorder's office yesterday, and the deeds that were recorded for that property, the first one from Cook and Greta Peterson as joint owners of the property were conveyed to Coast County Land and Title on August 9th, 1962 at 3:48 p.m. And that describes 2 parcels. There's immediate turnaround on the very same day at 3:49 p.m. from Coast County's Land and Title back to Cecil Cook and Minnie Cook as his wife. It describes the 2 parcels and the exception. And what is of interest in that deed is it talks about an exception from parcels 1 and 2 set forth above, the following described portions thereof. So if we then move forward at August 9th, 3:49 p.m., this is a rapid succession of recording of deeds. There's a deed from Coast County Land and Title to Greta Peterson for the 2.322 acres that Mr. Getz has got up on the scene. So basically for that larger parcel, it was a minor subdivision of his day as he's walked you through. The Peterson deed has just got a nice clean meets and bounds description. So I would think that as a property investor, if my intent was to merge parcels, I would have had a title company do a clean meets and bounds description of a single parcel as is found in the Peterson deed. So I believe that speaks to intent, that they chose not to do that. They chose to do that as parcel 1, parcel 2, and then just use the same meets and bounds description that was prepared for the Peterson deed, and then just accept that. And that's commonplace. You can find certificates of compliance that have meets and bounds, and then you'll find a series of exceptions. So that's a common practice of the day. Now on that point, when those properties were subdivided, there was a 1 acre in the B4 district, a 1 acre minimum building site. Both properties complied. One was the one that went to Peterson was 2.322 acres, and then the larger portion of the parcel that went to Cook was 1.68 acres. So they complied with zoning. They complied with the requirements of the Subdivision Map Act. And then the criteria in terms of this portion of the discussion, because I've got two more points to review briefly. Government Code 66412.6 says, for the purpose of this division or of a local ordinance enacted pursuant to thereto, any parcel created prior to March 4th, 1972 shall be conclusively presumed to have been lawfully created if the parcel resulted from a division of land in which fewer than 5 parcels were created, which is the case here, and if at the time of the creation of the parcel there was no local ordinance in effect which regulated divisions of land creating fewer than 5 parcels. That's the standard for the larger portion of this minor subdivision. On the other portion, going back to the building permit, I believe, and Mr. Getz has suggested that the applicant's position is that this building permit site plan reflects an intent of the owner to have 2 parcels. And setting aside the zoning, the map I pulled up, I got from a county index. He's already covered that, so I won't go into that in detail. But this clearly shows the intent of the owner to establish 2 separate parcels. We've got a 20-foot right-of-way to provide access to the back home that was built by Clarabut in 1951 per the assessor's records. For the board's reference, that's a single-family residence and a garage that's about 2,003 square feet. In 1981, they proposed to build a second single-family residence and garage of 2,292 square feet. In the zoning ordinance that was in effect at the time, then you look at what did the county, when they were trying to determine, what are you doing here in terms of building site? And the definition of a building site in the zoning ordinance is a parcel of land occupied or intended to be occupied by one main building. And then it goes into other stuff. So to comply with zoning, for them to sign this off, you couldn't have 2 primary single-family residences on a single lot of land, which I think also speaks to the existence of 2 parcels and also speaks to the intent of the owner at that time, McGowan, his understanding from the deeds that he had 2 legal lots of record. To approve a building site with 2 main homes would be in violation of the zoning ordinance. And as you know from the county's current standards, per zoning, until we had the ADU ordinances, you would always have to get a use permit or some discretionary approval to add a second single-family residence on a legal lot of record. So I think that speaks to the understanding of subsequent owners that they had 2 legal lots of record on the property. So pursuant to that, there's a section, again, referring back to the requirements of the Subdivision Map Act, Section 66499.34 reads, and these are excerpts. Again, I don't have a overhead slide, but it says the issuance of a permit or grant of approval for development of real property, and then I'll skip ahead, shall constitute real property which has been approved for development. And upon request by the person owning the real property, the local agency shall issue a certificate of compliance for the affected real property. And that's why we initiated the application for certificate of compliance. So I believe that diagram demonstrates at that point in time, the county was looking at that, not from, do you have enough setbacks for a future subdivision? It was from the existing code, because they would look at compliance with the zoning ordinance, compliance with the local plan, the general plan, et cetera. And that information was presented in a prior communication from us to the Board of Supervisors in our letter. So I think that there's more evidence from my perspective that demonstrates the existence of a second lot. And then finally, with respect to the fractional ownerships, this all centers on intent. And I think where we find ourselves now, we're here in 2021, we're trying to guess what the owners, or trying to suggest what the owner's intent was 60 years ago. And I think that's pretty difficult. And based on what I have to work with, which is that Coast County deeds that very deliberately kept the descriptions of parcel 1 and 2 in there, and then accepted out Peterson, that to me is the intent to retain two parcels of record. Just I'll rattle these off and I won't read them in detail, but there are several sections of the MAP Act that talk about mergers of parcels. 66451.10 says parcels shall not be demerged by the fact that contiguous parcels or units are held by the same owner. And one of the things it allows the county to do is request a lot line adjustment for those parcels if I suppose they're substandard. There's section 66451.11, and it gives you various requirements that have to be satisfied to deem a property has been merged. And one of them is if at least one of the affected parcels is undeveloped. That doesn't occur here. And then three more citations, section 66451.119. Again, the county's got to have a merger ordinance in place to merge parcels. Same with section 66451.301 and section 66499.20.3. So from an applicant's perspective, I clearly believe that the properties the parcel consists of two separate legal lots of record. In contrast to what Mr. Getz said, the smaller parcel was described by separate deed. I think it was conveyed maybe perhaps twice before it was incorporated into the larger deed. So that's evidence that that was really not intended to be what he refers to as a lot line adjustment of its day, but an actual physical conveyance of real property. And then the retention of that description specifically in the Coast County deed back to the applicant, acknowledges the existence of that parcel. And I think that's it. I guess in conclusion, I would be concerned that if the board went along with staff recommendation, it sets a precedent in terms of policy that can be implemented by HCD that can merge parcels without notice. If the county wants to do that, it really should go about the merger ordinance provision. It's also then going to create a situation where we're in a county with a huge housing demand. Now we've got two very large 2,000 plus square foot single family residences. And now one of them becomes legal non-conforming. So if something happens on that property, I suppose they could probably rebuild, but how do you get financing? It just creates a cloud where there doesn't need to be a cloud. And I would ask the board to uphold the appeal, grant a certificate of compliance clearly for the larger parcel that was split, met all zoning requirements. If the other parcel, the 0.36 then became 3.5, which is about 400 square feet was carved off of it. If that didn't comply, that can be a conditional certificate of compliance and a lot line adjustment could be done. And as I pointed out in one of my letters, and staff has rebutted it, but there's two homes, there's two electric PG&E meters, there's two CalAmp meters. It's always been described since '62 as two parcels. I just can't understand why Housing and Community Development is fighting this so hard and contending, no, we're convinced that it was merged and that was the intent of the owners in '62. I just don't see it. So I appreciate your patience with my presentation. Happy to answer any questions and hope you'll uphold our appeal.
Thank you, Mr. Panzer. And we do have copies made of material that you provided, and it's also been scanned and sent over to the other two supervisors who are logging in remotely. So thank you for this. Let's take it out to the public and see if there's any public comment on this item. Anyone in the audience who wishes to make public comment? All right, we'll go to Zoom. Anyone on Zoom who wishes to make public comment on this item? I'm seeing no hands raised, so we will close public comment and bring it back to, let's bring it back to staff for any responses, and then we'll engage board discussion.
Thank you, Chair Askew, Board of Supervisors. I appreciate Mr. Panzer's remarks. It is not Housing Community Development's intent to provide merger without notice, although there needs to be clear facts in the case to indicate that there are in fact two legal lots of record, and we disagree on that point. We believe that the evidence is clear through the deed conveyances that there are or is only one legal lot of record in this particular case.
Thank you. And I'll bring it back to my board for questions, deliberation. Supervisor Adams?
I think I know the answer to this, but could this property qualify for the SB 9 changes that the governor signed that would allow increased density on a single family parcel? Or does SB 9 not really apply to this area?
Under SB 9, it needs to be in an urban cluster. I would have to double check if that's the case. Although SB 9 refers back to section 65913.4 of the government code that has a list of exclusions. One of those exclusions refers to the floodplain or the special flood hazard area, and this is within the floodplain.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
And then the applicant's appeal letter states that there are 2 single-family residents on the property. So are the 2 certificates needed if the applicant wanted to sell the 2 houses separately?
Correct.
And is there anything in the record that would have led to the current owners believing that they would be able to do that?
I believe their point, if you ask them, that they believe there is 2 legal lots of record, although again, the evidence in our opinion is clear that there is only 1 legal lot of record.
That kind of the floodplain kind of goes into my next question. In the summary discussion, it looks like this little acre includes a stretch of the Carmel River. So if the applicant's request for a certificate of compliance were granted, would there be any developable area that is outside the 100-year floodplain?
Based on the current ordinance, a use permit is required within the Carmel River floodplain. So in fact, there was an application request made to Housing Community Development to add additional structures. We'd provided a checklist indicating that they needed to submit for that use permit. We also have on file a use permit pending for the consideration of a transient use of one of the residents located on that parcel. So they do have the ability under the current parcel configuration to move forward with those requests. And so there is some opportunity for development. Should the board uphold the appellant's position, there would be some foreseeable impacts resulting from potential development, because if there was 2 legal lots of record, they could then presumably do 2 ADUs. They could add additional accessory structures, all of those things that are either allowed by right or conditionally allowed within that zoning district.
Thank you for that. And then as I just looked at Google Maps as well to see what's currently there. And it looks like the proximity of the property to the river would require some conditions to just ensure that we're not creating other problems if this property could be sold separately. That makes me uncomfortable that the applicant is requesting an unconditional certificate given the configuration of the area. So I very much appreciate the work and the description. I feel like I was in some forensic class. It was very well done, and I really, really appreciate it. You made it quite clear. So I thank you for that. Excellent work from both of you. Thank you. Those are my only questions.
Thank you. Supervisor Lopez?
Yeah, just a quick question to staff. In terms of the 2 houses, I mean, I've got some parcels side by side, and I get a separate tax bill on every property. And so the question here for this particular site is, has this been a single tax bill coming to the 1 property? Or are there 2 tax bills that go out for this particular property with all of the assessments that should have been collected over here for 2 parcels or a single?
Through the chair, we saw the 1964 assessor's book. It shows it as 1 parcel. It continues to show it as 1 assessor's parcel to this day. So 1 tax bill would go out per parcel. So 1 is going out to this property.
Okay, so
Sorry, go ahead. Wendy, did you want to jump in? Wendy Strimling? Okay, County Council wanted to interrupt. Sorry.
I was just going to say that the case law also provides that the assessor parcel number is not the same as a legal lot determination. So you really have to go through the exercise that the county surveyor went through to trace whether or not it's a legal lot of record.
Right,
thank you. And that's understood from my end. I think the question I'm trying to get to is if there was an intent for it to be 2 separate parcels for anybody who's owned land or homes knows that you get a bill per. And so to go so long and not question it, I think is something that's in the back of my mind, knowing that there's certain fees that get broken out by acre, but other fees that go by parcel. And so for 40, 50, 60 years, those fees have not been paid. I get that those are separate, but as I look at intent, it helps inform sort of where I'm coming from. So thank you for the presentation and for the diligent work.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. Any other comments or discussion? Nope. All right, we've done public comment. Entertain a motion on this item.
I would like to make the motion to approve the staff's report and recommendation to deny the date bill.
I'll second that. I don't think the appellant met their burden of proof in showing a different intent. And another thing that was brought up by Supervisor Lopez, further good point, further supported that position. So that's why I seconded it.
All right, we have a motion from Supervisor Adams, a second from Supervisor Phillips, and we'll take a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Askew?
Aye. Staff recommendation carries. Thank you all for joining us today. Next up, we have item number 28, which is to receive a capital needs report from A&D Consulting LLC for Laguna Seca Recreational Area. And I believe we've got John Narigi here with us today, as well as Steve Fields, Randy Ishii, and Brian Flores are also available. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Narigi.
I got to make sure my helper's ready over there. Jeannie? Well, I will get started. Chair Askew and members of the board, I appreciate you taking the time to get a recap and a serious request on Laguna Seca Recreational Area. I'd like to start with some comments. I'm here today, obviously, to request funding for 3 critical projects at Laguna Seca Recreational Area: a new start finish bridge and starter box, track repaving, and a turn 3 structure upgrades, all critical and time sensitive. In the beginning, back in January, A&D was engaged as the management firm to evaluate and manage Laguna Seca, which is being done in an objective manner based on business principles. That task was affected by ongoing effects of the pandemic, but specific needs are clear. The potential of Laguna Seca is a golden asset to this county, and it's also apparent, yet one that has been ignored regarding investment needs that would support it in remaining competitive in the event arena while achieving its potential. The racetrack/park critical needs were presented in 21-22 operational plan and discussed in my July 21st presentation to all of you. The projects before you today are required to continue the current operation, allowing the ability to initiate a revised business plan that will represent a better utilization of your 500-acre park. Additional capital dollars will be required in the future, improving Laguna Seca's financial performance as an independent business with a stronger economic impact for to the county that will continue to be the main objectives. The business model will also include activities that will be welcoming to your residents of the county. We will be thinking out of the box
that will be key. This is not just an ask for Laguna Seca, and I want to stress that as a park and racetrack, but rather an investment request for a number one public asset in the county that generates direct spending and produce much needed tax revenue that is utilized for the benefit of those living and operating businesses in the county. As it relates to event, it generates more tax revenue and direct spend than any other event venue in your county. The real financial contribution cannot be judged by Laguna Seca financial statements, and I get that question often, but rather what it currently is generating through direct spending and tax revenue enjoyed by local cities and all county districts supporting social programs and general funds needs. I would hope the management team, and I mean this sincerely, has earned the confidence of the board regarding this operation. In chambers today are members of the executive committee of AD Narigi Consulting. We are very proud of what we have accomplished since January 1st of 2020. A few highlights. I'm on the first page, Jeannie, please. A few highlights. Retained veterans and hired new personnel from outside of the industry. We do have a great team. Have addressed key accounting and liability issues conforming to the requirements of Monterey County, which we continue to work on, and it's not easy competing in the private sector. A&D in cooperation with dedicated volunteers totally reorganized the volunteer program, now known as the Laguna Seca Volunteer Association, with 200+ members securing 16 local service clubs supporting the local charity of their choice. Laguna Seca Volunteer Association supported WeatherTech Racery to execute 7 events successfully in 2021, not missing a beat. We will continue to focus on mending the reputation of Laguna Seca that was inherited with positive results. It's good for Laguna Seca, it's good for Monterey County and those that have dedicated most of their professional careers to Laguna. Open track rentals started June of 20 during the pandemic while laying off 50% of A&D staff to secure a consistent revenue stream to support the business. Marketing the Laguna Seca recreational area as a park versus only promoting for events, which was the historical case since June of 2020. The park's occupancy has increased by 20%, the average site fee up 25%, and total park revenue up 37%, all selling it as a park and campsite for families. Events, although limited in attendance, 50 to 60% max versus 2019 due to the concerns of the pandemic and industry sponsors and corporate sponsors holding back financially. Guests and participants noted an improved positive, hospitable spirit within the staff and volunteers. I'm happy to report that through the first 4 events of 21, the financial results are positive after county allocations on the 4 events. A kid zone and go-karts were both introduced in 21 events and were well-received activities which will be expanded in 22. Financial controls were put into place and operational expenses decreased. In excess of $1 million has been returned to the county from A&D's management fee during the fiscal year of 2021. I would hope with just these few items noted, you, the board, have regained your confidence in Laguna Seca recreational area and the management team, and you are now being able to see it as a viable business with a very optimistic future. Slide 1, please, Jeannie. Okay. So here in front of you are several pictures of various projects that have been completed since throughout 20 and 21. All these projects were completed by A&D staff at the expense of the business. Probably in excess of $60,000 to $70,000. The purpose behind the screen, I was amazed at the condition of Laguna Seca when I took it over. And this didn't take a lot. It took some dedication and pride, which has been built into the team up there. But as you can see, it's all very evident. It's been noticed. The island trellis, we completely ripped down and rebuilt with new electrical and stained it. All the pit row garages inside and out. Those pictures that you don't see, pit row restrooms were all painted out with new fixtures and lighting. All the campground restrooms that had not been painted, and I don't know how long, and minor plumbing was all taken care of. The good news is the guests have recognized this, and we have received very many positive comments on the overall look of the facility. Next screen, please. This is a sampling existing and future community activities in the park. Granted, with the pandemic, we weren't able to do much, but all of these are from the 2021 season. And the point behind this is you will notice when I've spoken, this is a park. WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca is the crown jewel. It is the nationally known icon racetrack, but the park has so much more to offer. But the problem is the park's facility is tired, it's worn out, it's filled with deferred maintenance. But as you can see, all of these represent community activities not associated with racing. And these are just a few pictures of items that took place. Next slide, please, Jeannie. And here you have it. Here is one of the main items, your start-finish bridge. The bridge has been in use for over 50 years. What you see in that picture underneath the flooring up there is dry rot and mold. It's inspected annually, and per the last inspection as noted in your board report, the bridge most likely will not achieve a permit to be used after January of 24. It's not golf cart accessible, which is also a major issue. You can see the loose wiring. You can see that area there with all the wires. That's the start finish spot. That's where people are about for during any major race as it relates to their duties taking place in that area. With the new bridge, we would want to pull all the infrastructure that you see hanging down and put that underneath the track if the track resurfacing is approved, and really clean up the overall appearance. For a world-renowned track entertaining high-end clientele for professional racing, this is truly, I think, an embarrassment. That middle one is the new sample. This is the new Salinas Sports Complex Bridge, a wooden structure, which is what I am proposing. That was just installed. You can see on it a few local sponsors' names, which you can also recognize. Later on in the presentation, I will be calling up Steve Fields of All Field Sports to talk a little bit more regarding sponsorships. You can see the walkway, both the undercarriage of the rough line and where you see the post, that is the walkway. Slide 4, please. This is really important. I don't want people to believe the start-finish bridge is only for a very important event that I'll speak to a little bit later, Rensport. It is also what connects people to the critical areas of the park when a major event is taking place. When I speak of major events, whether it's the Sea Otter Classic, whether it's a race, whether if we move in the festivals and potentially some concerts, the majority of your parking lots are in fact on the west side of the track. And actually there are 5, some being VIP. It is important to note that that bridge is critical to connect people with the lake bed, the marketplace, the paddock, where really all the activity takes place anytime there is in fact a major event. Your vendors, your food, your beverage, your sellers, your retail people are all in the vendor area, which is also referred to as the marketplace. The kids zone is located in the marketplace. The go-karts are located in the lake bed parking lot, which also requires the bridge. And 80%, like I stated earlier, of the parking lots are all on that side, with very limited parking on the other side of the park, normally consumed by teams, volunteers, and staff, and VIP parking only. Next slide, please. And here is just specific pictures. You will see the highlighted parking areas, which are 1, 2, 3, and 2 others are missing because it was too short. Steve Fields will also be speaking about the yellow areas, one being the grandstand and the red areas, and what takes place on that side of the track as well, as it relates to hospitality and corporate sponsors. Next slide, please. So here are a couple shots. This is your track, a track that has been last time paved was in 2007. And it's also important to note, this track just doesn't run when you have races. This track is busy 365 days a year, without question. It is busy all the time. And except for maintenance days to prepare for major events, she runs hot. Annually, we've been doing numerous repairs on it, but it's time to replace it. It produces a revenue just in track revenue alone, and it will happen this year in 21-22, of somewhere between $6.1 and $6.4 million, which is strictly your track rentals, does not include major racing events. It was scheduled to be done in 2020, but due to the pandemic, obviously it was canceled. Annually, every 3 years, or every 5 years, FIA does do a resurfacing inspection. FIA is the firm that is required of us by IMSA and Indy to have the track inspected for major series races. They are strongly urging us to have it resurfaced by 2022. It was just inspected last year. We've now begun to hear comments in the media and other news conferences, highlighted really in the Indy race on national TV, that the track is getting slick and it doesn't grab like it should. That's a public relations comment that we do not need in this very competitive industry. The estimated cost for the track is $5.1 million. And the other picture is the turn 3 temporary structure where I'm asking for $300,000, a request of Rolex, an old request that we spent a little bit more money in upgrading the interior. It's a shell of a building. It is very successful, very much needed at the track. It provides tremendous space and views of the racetrack for hospitality purposes. But that is a request of Rolex. Rolex is the title sponsor of your event, the Monterey Motorsports Reunion. They are also title sponsors at Quail and Pebble. Key brand, a huge brand that we do not want to lose because of an issue with a structure that can be easily resolved prior to the 2022 reunion event. Next slide, please, Jeannie. And this is probably one of the most important pages of what Laguna Seca is all about. This is a true financial benefit to Laguna Seca and WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca that is created and generated by that facility. Nobody generates it for us. The hotels enjoy our attendance records. They come in, they eat in the hotels, they eat in the restaurants. But if you look under direct spending, and this is 2019, the real big winner are your small businesses. It's not the hotels, it's not the restaurants, it's not transportation, but direct spend, $54,504,000 to retail, entertainment, and the little guys. To me, that's very important, given in Monterey County, we have numerous small businesses. That's what this county is made up of, even on the peninsula. And this is just not money going to the peninsula. It is throughout Monterey County, whether it's the wine corridor, or whether it's Big Sur coastline, or whether it is the peninsula, the small town of PG, or visiting marina, seaside, marina beaches. This is a benefit for everybody. The total direct spending in 2019, $116 million generated by Laguna Seca Recreational Area. And that's only doing races. Total county money, taxes, county and state. My eyes are not that good, and I probably should have. Let me see if what's that number, Jeannie? And taxes. Yes. Okay, so that's the tax generated into the county, and you can see the breakdown of the TOT and the Monterey County tax generated, and then what goes up to the state. All, I think, very important components that I think everyone really needs to understand. And the return of the guests coming back after they visit a race for vacationing or just family fun is a 72% return on those visitors initiated by an event at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Next. The next one deals with Porsche Rennsport reunion from 2018. They are the organization that is requiring us in the agreement, the state, that the start-finish bridge will be, in fact, completed construction by September of 2023, which would be the event. It's the largest attendance per our records that was ever held as a auto event at Laguna Seca. The inception took place back in 2000. It was held at WeatherTech in 2011, 15, and 18. In 2018, you saw 75,000 attendees. The event goes for 4 solid days, but it's about 10 days of actual spend within the county. It generated 2.3 million in county and state tax and 31.4 million in direct spend. This is a high-end, sophisticated clientele. It is the same caliber as the Car Week we've all come to enjoy. Those attendees note that they will return at about a 77.5% for a vacation. WeatherTech, we have worked extremely hard. The management team there has worked extremely hard to make it to the finalist list. Our RFP was accepted and approved. We did a detailed site inspection the day of load-in of IndyCar, and the only comment that came up was that start-finish bridge. And they were very clear to me, as was Rolex very clear to me, that there needs to be an investment. The destination of the peninsula, many would say, is a key decision point for them, and they stated that to us, but not without a new start-finish bridge, one that can properly handle golf carts and pedestrians simultaneously. Next slide, please. So as is it stated, we ask, and obviously in the board report as well, I'm asking for a new start-finish bridge and starter box, an estimated cost of 4.1 million. A racetrack resurfacing and minor infrastructure work of 5.1 million. And a minor renovation, and I wouldn't even call it a renovation, but a decor package to the turn 3 temporary structure for interior upgrades of roughly 300,000. The board report states a total estimated cost of 9.4. The funding requirements, requesting approval and funding of $750,000 today for 21-22. Building permits need to be done, designs need to be completed. That is all very critical. for fiscal year 22-23, 8.75 million, and again, which would need to be committed today. My understanding Rensport is due for a decision here in the next 2 days. In the board report, it talks about potential funding opportunities, which I am thankful for. I reviewed it again in the last 2 days. So funding from the cannabis assignment. I suggested a portion of the TOT tax currently collected can be explored for future, and I did take a look at that fund. Or actually what TOT will be generating, projected to be generated in 2022, roughly 17.7 million. I do believe private contributions can be an option. And I've had a couple conversations with people I believe have the wherewithal and the love for Laguna Seca and the track. But not until, as I've spoken to some of you, not until ownership puts some serious money towards it. It's the county's asset. And I think that is really critical. They are looking for a commitment. And as I asked you back in June, what is your vision? What is your vision for the future of Laguna Seca Recreational Area, which also includes WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca? I'm willing to discuss anything, but I believe it is critical if we are going to be asking for private contributions, which would include sponsors. The ownership has to step up. I think that facility has shown to everybody in this county that it has generated tremendous revenue over the years. Might not be on the profit and loss, but Laguna Seca will make money as a profit and loss business. I will guarantee you that once we get out of this pandemic. And I look forward to seeing what the financial performance was in 2021 during the pandemic. So now I would like to call up Steve Fields, President of All Field Sports and Senior Vice President of Sales and Sponsorship for Laguna Seca, and also someone who has been associated with Laguna Seca for 20 plus years. He's put his heart and soul into this facility, knows it like the back of his hand. So Steve, if you wouldn't mind coming up, and then I will be happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Chair Askew and board, good to see you all again. Thanks for having me. As John said, I've been here quite a few years and I've had the pleasure of raising significant amounts of money to benefit this facility. In the past, we've had to go out and raise money to bring events. MotoGP didn't just happen. We were the only event in the world that did not receive a dime of government funding to put that event on. We went out and raised nearly $15 million of private funding to bring MotoGP. And while in the end, it was an event that wasn't made to make money for the event itself, it brought unparalleled exposure to the county, to that property, and to the industry of motorcycling in the US. And we did that. So I've been asked a lot, what are we going to put up? How are we going to fund this bridge or the track or any other projects? And I think that, you know, over the last couple of years with all of the change and turmoil that's been going on, the answers that I get back from our top corporate partners are, what's the county going to do? When are they going to step up? When are they going to start putting money in? And I know that over the last few years, the county's done a really good job of helping lay some groundwork for the infrastructure. But that was caused by decades of negligence on the erosion problems, of the drainage problems of that facility, that we were losing Turn 6 hillside, that we were losing the hillside. If you drive around that place now, you can see the erosion still happens. So I get pushback from our top partners who say, what are you going to do? What's the county going to do? And I jokingly said this in a meeting, we were talking about this, and I said, you know, what would happen to the aquarium if they stopped changing the water in the tank? What would happen if Pebble Beach stopped mowing the grass? right? Who the hell's going to go golf there? Really? I mean, it is because those ownership groups understand the draw and the necessity to take care of their property. Now, I know the county brought in A&D Narigi to fix the business, but this is not about past management, current management, or the future management. This is really about what we're going to do to save that facility. It's funny, prior to one of the races this last year, we sold title sponsorship. A lot of times we will go out, my guys will go out and we'll change signs to help save money, right? We had to change the signs around the flag box. So we get out there, 6 o'clock, track's cold, unscrew the signs, which you saw in one of your pictures. We know, welcome to WeatherTech Raceway. Literally the whole thing fell apart. But literally, we jumped in our truck, drove to Home Depot on our own, bought brand new plywood, stripped it down, rebuilt it on our own, finished at about 12:30 that night for racing the next day. And that is what that facility is like, you know. We can talk about the money for the races. The start finish bridge is a vital lifeline back and forth across that property. Doesn't matter if it's for a race or for anything that goes on out there. About 75% of all of your fans have to park on the west side. That's where Wolf Hill is. That's where the parking is. You got to get across that bridge to go to the event, to experience the event, to spend your money, to come and enjoy. We're almost at the point where you can't do that. You can't drive all the way around that track. It's not practical. It's not necessary, to be honest with you. So we can talk about the money, the hospitality, the people that are on that side of the bridge and the picture. It's significant, $1.2 million in revenue across that bridge. We hear it from Porsche. We've heard it from Ferrari. We've heard it from numerous corporate partners who just plead to us, please do something with that bridge. It's awful. MotoGP, it took 45 minutes to cross that bridge when you were leaving because it was so small. You couldn't get enough people through that place. So, you know, I challenge you all. I love that place. I just need you guys to. Thanks.
Mr. Nergy, any other presenters?
No, I think, Madam Chair, I've gone through my presentation in detail. Like I said earlier, I'm happy to answer any questions the board or staff may have at me, or would reserve time to come back and answer at your pleasure. Thank you.
Great. All right. I see we've got a couple hands raised. So I'll start with Supervisor Alejo and then we'll bring it over to Supervisor Phillips.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We had a previous discussion with Mr. Narigi, and I appreciate his work and his professionalism and really trying to help us prioritize the needed infrastructure, capital improvement projects for this critically important asset that Monterey County has. We're one of the few counties that has a racetrack to this caliber, of this renowned prominence in the racing industry. But I think what I also hope to get today was some recommendations from our county budget staff of what ways we could help finance this need. These are big capital improvement projects, $5+ million for repaving the track, which I agree. It's been a very long time since we've done the maintenance work on that, and that's not only dangerous for the racers, but it's also, I think, a deterrent for events continue to go here without adequate maintenance. That's just a basic thing you need at a track every so number of years. The other one is one we know that was been long talked about, which is rebuilding that bridge. it's old, it's getting in pretty in bad shape, and I think we need to address that as well for the safety of pedestrians, but also the easier flow of traffic and golf carts, which are needed for a lot of different reasons, but even for those disabled and older folks that can't walk long distances, especially coming from that hill up on the top where that Red Bull building used to used to be called. There's a kind of a steep walk down, and there's a lot of parking on that upper level, and so for many reasons, I think it's recognized as well. The upgrade on the temporary structure is relatively small compared to the other two major requests. So I know last time I had asked Mr. Woods or Mr. Ezequiel Vega to give some ideas of proposals how this may be funded stretched over several years to be able to fund it. I know we do get track rental fee money, but I don't know if that's already committed just for the operations of the track. But if there is funding that we could dedicate from those track rental fees, I think it's important to do that, not only for these costs, but in the future also to every year set aside money for the next round when we have to repave that track again, which won't be too far long down the road again. So I'm hoping to hear those kind of ideas, knowing how important it is and how much business and tourism this brings to Monterey counties in the millions of dollars, as was just explained right now perfectly by Mr. Narigi. I think at this point we need to see what are those funding mechanisms that we may have or not have, but I think we need to kind of hear what are the options, because that's what I specifically asked the last time we had this conversation.
Do we have, is Dwayne Woods available? Is someone from budget available to respond to those questions?
He's on the Zoom here.
Yeah. Through the chair, this is Dwayne with the County Administrative Office. Indeed, I think that the issues and the needs are pretty well defined and have been defined for some time. As we discussed in the Budget Committee, it is imperative, in my belief, that obviously a track is resurfaced. I mean, that's the lifeblood of the track rental program and the lifeblood of events. Without a doubt, a new start finish bridge has been on the list for many years and is one of the key infrastructure projects. And there are a few other projects that I would indicate that are important, and that's improved hospitality, but that expands the list. In order to move forward, it's entirely up to the board, but I think the most expeditious way, if we're going to be looking at a track upgrade or even a new bridge, the only source that we have currently available with sufficient funding would be in the cannabis area. But it doesn't mean that that the funding has to be provided as a subsidy. I mean, it could be provided under some kind of business model, business plan of a multi-year improvement project. And if the business had that laid out for, say, 5 years, we could have an expectation that there was net income from the business that could repay the cannabis assignment over years. I think that's something that we would ask the management firm to review and lay out for us about when those funds could be expected back, or a portion thereof, including income from sponsorships, because I believe what it really needs is it needs a spark. And you need to, what you hear people saying is that everybody's saying, well, what's the county going to do? County's done a lot, but with the county also has to do a spark in my mind. How are you going to spark this, create that energy and that interest so others can invest in it and be part of it? So the cannabis is one option. A bond issuance for a larger project is always an option, but that's a much longer term endeavor that we would need to really scope out the projects over the next year or so, and then go to bond over the next 2 or 3 years over a 5-year capital project. But at this point right now, I would say that if the county were to do something, they have the cannabis assignment. It could either be done through a loan or a pure subsidy, entirely up to the Board of Supervisors. But if it was to be structured in some way, repaid to the county from earnings, if that direction was given by the board, we would go back and work with the department and with the management firm to figure out what those terms look like.
And Dwayne, so I think Mr. Narigi said what we need now just to get the work started is the 750,000, but a commitment, obviously, we're not gonna get work and then drop it and let 750 in early planning and design go to waste. But if we commit to the 750, that's a commitment to our local partners, that we're serious about that. But then it gives us a little bit more time just to figure out how could we fund the rest. And also, I think it's critically important that if we make a commitment, if we say we could fund 75 or 80%, can our local partners, perhaps contributors, put up another percentage of that? As Mr. Naruji said, if that's a big commitment. If we could say we're putting up 8 million of the 10, can other locals help us raise 2 million? And it's kind of a challenge, but with the county putting up a big commitment forward. But I think it's hard to make the long-term commitment, how to fund it without really looking at our TOT funding, whether we have that, whether we need to take out bonding, including perhaps the iBank option. But I think it's also important to see if we could raise private contributions from the community to also put in a match. I think that's the right way of approaching it, where we're asking our local, I know there's a lot of big supporters of the track that have resources and have expressed in the past a willingness to put funding forward. We just haven't seen it so far either, and we have a lot of demands from our public, a lot of needs. But I do recognize that this is an engine for bringing business and tourists to our area, which does adds up to a significant amount. Although we don't get that, it does, as I said, a lot of our business and hospitality do benefit from that, and as well as the jobs that it creates for thousands of workers. So I'm just saying, what do you suggest in terms of timing? How do we, if our board were to commit to the 750 today, and whether it be from TOT or cannabis, how long would it take you to be able to look at long-term options and a proposal that we could perhaps reconsider in a very short time, perhaps in the next 30 days or so?
Supervisor, you actually bring up a very good strategy or concept. I would say number one is if the board could commit to, at a minimum, redoing the track, it's paramount. But if you brought the strategy forward to say that if we would commit to 80% of the bridge, if other outside agent partners could bring 20%, I think that you create an interest there. So I would, in my mind, I would say that for the track repaving, if you're going to have the business, it needs to be repaved. And we need to move on that as quick as possible. And I would say that we could commit to that, but we could also look at what the track rental program brings in revenue to see if we could work out a deal so that we can get, a portion of that put back in for future capital improvements. But as far as the bridge is, if the board was so willing, they could commit to an 80% fund and then ask the management group and the department to go out and capture the 20%, but not hold the project back, but move the project forward, knowing that we've got to find that extra 20%. So almost, have other people put the money where the mouth is, because the county is.
Right. I agree with that. And so those are my thoughts. Thank you for answering my questions, and hopefully we could come with a plan that could, address the two most important ones. I know the temporary structure is minor, so I don't see that as a big problem for us. But it's trying to deal with the two major expenditures that are on the table here. Thank you.
Supervisor Phillips.
A question for Dwayne, because I know we drained our cannabis account, but I understand. Where am I getting the echo? I understand now some ARPA funds have been put back into the cannabis account, and what does it stand at now?
Yeah, as the board had directed, we were early. The board was really early in getting out in front of COVID initiatives for the community, such as the VITA program. And that was before the ARPA funds were available on the board. We made the direction, or the board provided us the direction that if eligible, any activities that we did for COVID-related ARPA funds that we used out of our discretionary funds, cannabis being one of those, to replenish and use the ARPA funds for the appropriate use. And we've done that. And so what you'll be seeing soon is that is replenishing the cannabis fund to the tune of about 23 million. I believe a few million are allocated, so you'll have an excess of 19, 20 million in there before the end of the year.
All right. Thank you. You're looking at this, and we've asked someone to come and take over and run this for the county. We didn't do a long-term agreement like we did with Scramp and expected them to put an investment in it. I just don't see how anybody can take and run a place where you got like 20 years of deferred maintenance on the thing, and a bridge that I went there and looked at that, walked across it. It clearly is 50 years old, and it looks even older as you do it. So I don't think there's a question. And I got to say, even though we run a business there, this is the only county asset that we have. The lakes too, a little bit, but they're so huge to deal with. But this is the only county asset that we haven't maintained and done it. And we haven't done it over the years. And Scramp didn't do it, but we were asleep at the switch on it too. So I don't think any question needs to be done. It's just about where do we get where does the money come from? And I was pleased to see our cannabis account re-energized. So thank you.
Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. Thanks very much first for your presentation, Mr. Narigi. I thought it was just terrific, and for having the supporters that you have here today. I think everybody, this is a really good show to let us know the importance of what it is that we're dealing with Laguna Seca, WeatherTech Laguna Seca. Even when I was with United Way, I remembered always making the pitch that we had to really be supportive of Laguna Seca because of what it generated for the rest of the county, as far as the TOT that we could use to invest in the many different programs that are the social network kinds of programs that we needed, and that United Way certainly supported. So Dwayne, are you still on Zoom?
I am here, yes.
Oh, great. Because as I recall in a chat that we just had yesterday, you indicated that there was already 1.8 million that was set aside for some of the improvements at Laguna Seca from revenue from 17, 18, and 19.
Yeah, currently in the Laguna Seca Fund, from retained earnings of operations in 17 and 18 specifically, there remains about 1.8 million there, yes.
Okay. And then we've got the cannabis account now, which I thought was $56.23. I'm very happy to hear that it's more like 20 million. I think what was the number that I wrote down here? Yeah. Well, almost $21 million. So I was very happy to learn that from you yesterday. And I thank you so much for the time that you gave me. So a couple of different thoughts. I believe truthfully that we have got to get going on this now. I'm really worried about any delay that we can do because of what we're seeing just simply in the supply chain, that whatever we decide today is going to take a long time to put into place because of the slowness of the product I expect that we're going to need when we move forward with everything. So if we have 1.8 and the need is, I think you said 9.5, that really brings it down to more like 7.6, which would completely do the track and completely do the bridge. And then I think there's money for the turn 3 temporary structure. So if we think about what it is that we need to do, I mean, you know that I am supportive. All of you know that I'm supportive of using cannabis dollars for one-time spending. And I think that we should seriously look at making the decision today to provide $7 million from the cannabis account to move these Laguna Seca necessary repairs forward. We've let it go too long, and we're sort of paying the price for it now. I think that we should just go ahead and commit the money from this year's fund, since we know we have it, and hold it so that we can go ahead and start working on these various projects now. I feel like we need to do this. We need to make these investments in this significant asset that we have that we've simply let go for safety reasons, as well as for bringing it back to the world-class track that we know it's been noted for. I think if we support these capital improvements, I would like to go back to what Dwayne said earlier, that I think that we should put the money forward unencumbered. But what I would want to see back would be a business plan that would have performance measures in them, so that we can see that the investment that we're making is absolutely bringing back what we need from the investment that we're making. So I would want to see a business plan that has performance measures in it, so that we can ensure that this county-owned enterprise really is remaining on the right path to success. We've come a long way. I feel like an ad. We've come a long way, baby. We've come a long way, and we've got another long way to go. There's no question about it. But in my opinion, if we don't invest in this now and invest in it significantly, I think we're really missing the mark. I think Luis made some very good points at the beginning of thinking about how we can leverage this funding that we could put forward to have additional, like, naming rights and other kinds of sponsorships. Because if we make such a significant statement as the county for what we're doing with Laguna Seca, I think that we would be able to generate, as you had said, John, Mr. Nariji, that there would be a spark that I think would resonate throughout the community. And I believe that it would really help us move the entire project forward. I want to see Laguna Seca be the sort of year-round draw that we have as the aquarium. And I believe that it has that kind of potential. I think I've said this before and you all know it. I've seen everybody from the Grateful Dead to the Pope at Laguna Seca, including a lot of times at the track as well. So I know that it has a terrific draw. After the Seattle Classic this year, there were lots of photos in the paper that were just really spirit uplifting, pictures of lots of kids. And when I was out at the track recently for an event, I just was really surprised and delighted to see the families that were there, dads with their kids up on their shoulders, and, you know, lots and lots of people that were, you know, residents, I'm sure, as well as visitors. So we've got an asset that is absolutely, I think, golden, and it's up to us on whether we want to really move it forward or if we're just going to sort of dip our toe in the water instead of just really pushing forward. So that's where I stand on it. Obviously, we haven't heard from Chris. I don't even know if anybody would support me on this, but I would be willing to make a motion to provide the full 7.6 million from the cannabis account out of this year's fund to move it forward when the opportunity will present itself for me to do that.
Right, I don't see Chris's hand, Supervisor Lopez's hand.
I've been waiting to hear from the public. I have some opinions, but I think I'd like to hear from them before I make my statement. Thank you.
Okay, great. We'll come back to you. I do have a couple questions. So I'm not sure if this is for you, Mr. Nariji, or if this is for our county staff, but you know, we're mid budget cycle at this point. It sounds like this was something that we've known about for quite some time, or should have known about for quite some time. And I'm just wondering why the track and the bridge were not included and prioritized in the capital improvements plan according to our typical county budget process.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
if I may.
Yes.
They were included in the operational plan that was approved for fiscal year 21-22, detailed out every item that is noted along with about 10 others. So they were included in my full-blown operational budget for 21-22 for Laguna Seca recreational area.
Right, but why weren't they included as funded priorities? Why did this board not, during the process when we were allocating limited county resources within the context of all of the requests coming forward to us, these items were not funded as part of the capital improvements project list this cycle? Well,
I think you may need to ask LaVon Chin, who was the county rep at the time, or Dwayne Woods. I can't answer that question.
Yeah, Dwayne, I see your.
Yeah, Okay, they were included they've been included for quite a few years as unfunded. The goal is to have the business generate enough stable income over a substantial 2 or 3 years, so that when we came forward and needed to maybe possibly go out to bond, we could have income to show that it could satisfy any bond issuance on its own, so that the business would stand on its own. They have been included though for many years as unfunded, because that was the goal. In 2020, when the pandemic hit, that changed the concept. 21 track rentals were full bore, but the events weren't. So the pandemic kind of changed the ability for us to show the board that there was a stable revenue stream of profitability out there.
Thank you. And I guess, you know, I appreciate that there was a different vision maybe at one point, but it's not that we knew that there was a pandemic when we did our budget this last round. And I'm just really struggling with the, you know, the urgency of this request, given without the context of the many priorities and requests for resources that this board gets. I'm feeling like we're out of process and out of order in terms of how this is coming forward. And I think that if this requests were made within the context of you know, the $250,000, Brian, that we were asking to get a parking lot to serve the 1.5 million visitors who visit Fort Ord National Monument. If this request was in the context of, you know, the $100,000 that the Seaside Homeless Shelter was asking, I think that there's a lot of comparable requests and responsibilities that this county has that we're not balancing those other services that we provide to our community within this conversation. And that would have happened and that should have happened had we been discussing this as part of the budget cycle. So I need to just be really clear that I'm feeling very uncomfortable about the way that this has come forward. I think the other thing that I want to be really clear about is I know this request for a total of $66 million went both to the Capital Improvements Committee and also to the Budget Committee last month. And the staff report speaks to it going to those committees. My understanding was that both of those committees very clearly stated that they needed to see, that we expected to see a clear business plan that showed how any funding that the county committed would be repaid to the county. So it showed what Dwayne Woods was talking about in terms of the need for the Laguna Seca business to generate funds to support the Laguna Seca business. And I'm still not seeing that business plan or any indication that that is the reality moving forward, which also makes me very uncomfortable with the request that's sitting in front of us today without that associated business plan that both committees requested. I think that the questions that I have, again, come back to, you know, what the return on investment is for the funds that are being requested, and where that business plan is that shows us how any investment that the county makes, whether it's the, you know, 750 today, plus the, you know, for the total of 9 million, plus potentially the 66 million and requests for infrastructure beyond generating TOT revenue, which is great. And I love our TOT revenue, but we generate TOT revenue through an industry that by and large pays low wages, unbenefited. And if we're talking about economic development, I really have to ask questions about what kind of economic development it is that we as a board, we as a county want to be investing in. And I get it that I may be in the minority in this position and asking these questions, but I think that they're questions that we have to honestly ask ourselves. We do generate TOT. We use TOT to pay for social services, but the amount of social services that are required because of the way in which we generate TOT, I think, is something that we really have to take a hard look at. So those are my questions. I have more comments, but we'll take it out to the public and then bring it back for some action and additional discussion. We'll go to public comment now. Is there anyone in the chambers who would like to share public comment? Come on up. we've got 1:30 on the clock if you just introduce yourself. And I would just ask everyone, both online and in chambers, if you could monitor the timer so I don't have to interrupt you, I would be so grateful.
Hi, good afternoon. Rick Aldinger, Chair of the MCHA Government Affairs Committee, but maybe more importantly in this discussion, General Manager of the Big Sur River Inn. Had a prepared statement, some things I wanted to say. And after hearing Mr. Nariji's presentation, I just want to note what a compelling presentation and argument that he did present. It's hard to argue with much of what he had to say, if anything. I think the board needs to keep in mind that this is a lot of this maintenance has been deferred, and to put the entire load of that back on the operations of that track in just a few years, it seems a little bit unfair to me. The county does receive benefits from this, direct benefits. It's like Highway 1 was with Laguna Seca as a match made in heaven. We notice that, we see that, and we benefit from that. The county benefits from that, and that is something that should not be overlooked. The county owes this to that asset, and I urge you strongly to please step up to the plate and take care of that obligation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Board of Supervisors. My name is Mark Watson, and I manage 5 small hotel properties for Inns by the Sea. I'm here today to support your approval of the $9.5 million in funding request for Laguna Seca recreational area, which I see as vital to keep the track relevant in the near term and competitive as an event destination. When I first moved here in 1987, I knew 3 things about the Monterey Peninsula: Clint Eastwood, Pebble Beach, and Laguna Seca Raceway. That year, some of you may remember, Supervisor Adams mentioned it, the Pope visited our county and performed Mass at Laguna Seca for 50,000 people. The Laguna Seca recreational area is a tremendous asset to us all. I think we all agree on that. And as such, it should be well maintained, which it has not. In my business, we must reinvest in our hotels regularly to ensure future profitability. I can tell you firsthand the positive impact of that these events have to the county's hospitality economy. The race and recreational events at Laguna Seca drive considerable overnight lodging revenues for our small hotels, as well as the entire hospitality industry here on the Monterey Peninsula. I urge you to approve these funding requests to reinvest and maintain this world-famous asset for our community and visitors to enjoy for years to come, as it has been for generations. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us and for the comments today.
Hello, I am Teresa Savage with Monterey County Convention and Visitors Bureau. I'm here today to relay additional economic impact for the destination. I know John went through 2018 and 19. We were able to, with our economic impact tool, provide insight on 2 races from this year during COVID. The Rolex reunion weekend was a total of 20 million, which was over 2 consecutive weekends, and the Grand Prix contributed 15 million. So this is it also in conjunction with 6,800 jobs supported, 50,000 room nights over the course of the 3 weekends, and additional revenues to small businesses. The reputation that Laguna Seca has on fans nationally and internationally is a big draw for the destination. The exposure the county gains nationally and internationally with the TV coverage provides aspirational effect to additional tourists. And as John noted, 72% of the race attendees plan to visit our county again, which constitutes additional funding. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Bill Reichsmith. I'm the immediate past president of the Laguna Seca Raceway Foundation, speaking on behalf of that organization today. I want to thank you for keeping the high standards of a world-class facility world-class. That's exactly what your staff recommendation does. This level of commitment on your part, if you bless this resolution here today, speaks loudly to the world, to the racing community, and to everyone coming to visit this area, that the owner, you, is fully committed to keeping a world-class facility world-class. And it makes the fundraising we do on behalf of the park a lot easier when everybody we go talk to knows the owner has skin in the game. And so that's what I'm here to do today on behalf of the foundation, to ask your support for the staff recommendation and bless the resolution in your packet today. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Sorry. Good afternoon, Chair Askew and supervisors. My name is Carol Chorbajian. I am a board member of the Monterey County Hospitality Association and a small business owner in Monterey. In 1989, I had the unique opportunity to be a part of Toyota's introduction of the new Lexus brand. For a period of about 5 days, they bought out the entire Inn at Spanish Bay, all of Carmel Valley Ranch, 100 rooms at the Lodge at Pebble Beach, and 100 rooms at what was the Sheraton, now the Marriott. They also held their meetings and a 900-person meal function at the Monterey Conference Center, had a reception at the aquarium, and had a bunch of other food and beverage items going on at the different various hotels. This was placed right in between the motorcycle race in July and the historic races, a good dead spot, and about 3,000 room nights and a lot of TOT and sales tax revenue. I was subsequently attended meetings with them for their 20th. They wanted to come back in their 20 and 25th years, but found that the facility was not up to the brand. What we really, really need, if we get this, we can sell it. We can sell it to high-end events. It will bring back a lot more money in TOT and sales tax than what the outlay is going to be. I ask you, I beg you, I urge you, please, to support the asset. It's an important asset and the asset that you own. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Askew and supervisors. I'm Barry Tepke, Director of Heritage Events and Public Relations out at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, and also on the Executive Committee. Thank you for considering this very valuable and much needed capital improvement program. I returned to Monterey because of the changes in leadership and the new vision of developing the Laguna Seca property into a full-fledged entertainment venue. And being one of the voices of Laguna Seca to the media, to automobile companies, race participants, I can confirm that people enjoy coming here, not just for the park, but for the entire destination. Yet over the years, there is a growing chorus about the aging facility, the track surface, which was commented on national TV about the tire degradation of the surface, and the bridge, of course. Saying the facility is rustic, this doesn't cut it anymore. And as you've heard earlier, sponsors, racing series, and automakers are waiting to see what we, as owners of this park, do to live up to its world-renowned reputation. Repaving and a new start-finish bridge are critical components to demonstrate all of our ownership's ability to preserve and create a new commitment to this legendary facility that benefits our community year after year. There are organizations watching to see what happens today, ones that will bring significant economic impact into this county if we move ahead with these projects. Obviously, I urge a favorable resolution and a vote, so together we can create an everlasting and elevate this incredible county asset for the benefit of everybody who comes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Askew, members of the board, my name is Mark Kelly. I'm a member of the Monterey County Hospitality Association. And I'd really like to speak, of course, the TOT and the tax implications are so relevant to not just our economic future, but our ability to contribute to social services that I think are absolutely vital to our community. But what I want to speak to briefly is the improvements that have been made at the facility itself. When I first moved here from Santa Rosa just six years ago tomorrow, one of the first things I did is I wanted to go up there and see what it looked like. That was a bad trip. The campground was horrible. The restroom facilities were shot. The place was, the campsites themselves were completely decimated with rubbish and brush. And then this latest person took it over, Mr. Marigi and his company. And I've been up there many times since because I ride my bike up there. And it's an absolutely phenomenal condition. The work they've done up there is first class. The idea of SPARK, which was brought up here today, I swear there's an acronym in there that creates the private-public partnership you're all looking for, which I think is vital, but you have the responsibility and the opportunity to start it. You know, when you come into Monterey, Highway 101 North, what does it say? Monterey, Laguna Seca. Laguna Seca is an absolutely essential artery for us to recover both socially and economically and have a healthy heart. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Supervisors. Gary Curcio, Director of Government Affairs for the Monterey County Hospitality Association. I had pages of comments I was going to make, and I'm not using them. I want to respond to some things I've heard here so far. You may recall that pre-pandemic, which seems about 100 years ago, I came before this group endorsing Mr. Narigi's new company. And you may remember me saying, the one thing I can be certain of, no one will outwork this man. And I know that that's been the case. His team has done as much in capital improvements themselves as they can do. They sure make a difference cosmetically. But if you want to bring this track into a competitive position among other tracks in this country to have the quality events that we so much need in our hospitality community, by the way, Supervisor Askew, some 20,000 employees, and they are very happy to have jobs and have the money they are making. And we want to be able to continue doing that. So please consider these two very, very important improvements that we will not be able to take the next jump with this track and get the events that we need so desperately to help hospitality bounce back so we can get back to the 27,000 employees we had pre-pandemic.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and board. My name is Janine Chickarat, and I am Chair of the Monterey County Hospitality Association. And the ask you have before you today is different. It's different than the other ask you have because this is a life safety issue. How would you feel if someone fell through the bridge and became disabled? Or God forbid, wrecks a car on that track and dies? To continue to push the can down the road on two life safety issues is just flat wrong. You have a $1.7 billion budget. You've received a lot of ARPA money. And for you to not figure out a way to take care of life safety issues at that track, it's a huge letdown to our entire community. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the chambers for public comment today? All right, we're going to take it out to Zoom. If you'd like to join us on Zoom for public comment, please raise your hand so that I can call on you. We'll start with Peter and move to Bruce. You'll need to unmute the microphone on your side. Thank you for joining us.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Mo Ammar, and I want to thank you for your service. I'm here this afternoon to support A&D Norigi Consulting Laguna Seca Raceway, and we are of the many beneficiaries of the raceway. For the first time ever, the city of Pacific Grove partnered with A&D, and we hosted a fabulous motorcycle night this July. We ended up with over 300 fans in downtown Pacific Grove and a couple hundred room nights. At this point in time, I'd like to turn it over to my colleague, Peter Montier, who will fill in the gap. Thank you.
Good afternoon, supervisors. Thank you. Based on the presentation you just received, it's clear that you've got a devoted steward running the show at the racetrack. I attended Laguna Seca Raceway for some of the events John mentioned, including the cycling one, so I've seen the needs of the track up close and firsthand. I was struck by the condition of the track and bridge compared to the Hospitality Pavilion, for example, which looks amazing. It's clear that while the operator has done an amazing job, the track for both racers, operating the track for both racers and the broader community, facilities need some additional investment, and deferring those investments any further would hamstring this wonderful asset that has experienced a real resurgence since the new operator took over. Racetrack events have helped fill our hotel rooms again and again. Losing some of those high-profile events like IMSA and IndyCar and the opportunity to bid on world-renowned ones like Rennsport would be terribly unfortunate. Particularly potential impacts to services provided by the county via tax revenues. It's a solid investment. I urge you to approve the request in full. Thank you.
Thank you, Mo and Peter. Next up, we have Bruce, followed by Jenny.
Hello. My name is Bruce Canepa, and I kind of wear multiple hats here. I've been involved with the racetrack for 15 to 20 years. I have been a volunteer there in their executive committee and other areas, and now the advisory committee that the county's put together for the Rolex event. I'm also the party that brought Rennsport to Monterey in 2011. It was an event that started in 2000. The person at Porsche that originally created it had passed on, and Porsche had basically kind of left it dormant. I revived it with Porsche, told them I would help rebuild the event. I convinced him to bring it to Monterey in 2011. As you know, in 2011, it was 30,000 people. In 2015, 60,000. In 2018, it was 80,000. The event is coming up for its 75th anniversary. It will be a 100,000 plus person event over that week period. And it honestly will not come to Laguna Seca unless some improvements are made. The improvements have been spelled out. They're the same ones you've been asked for. The event is kind of too big and to deal with that many people and that kind of structure and everything without those improvements at this point in time. Obviously, everybody loves Laguna Seca, so that's not the question at hand. It's just improvements for the facility, and I hope you recommend those and help the facility move forward for its future. The future of racing is sports entertainment more than anything else, and Rennsport is probably one of the largest examples of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. Next up, we have Jenny.
Hi, this is Jenny McMurdo. I am the president and CEO of the Carmel Chamber of Commerce. Thank you, supervisors, for all of the speakers who've been here today. I'd like to echo all of the speakers who've talked about LSRA. I'd also like to thank Supervisor Adams for her comments and support. As we all know, deferred maintenance only gets more expensive and costly the longer you wait to do it, and also less safe for those patrons that are coming to the track. I believe Mr. Norigi has shown the ROI back to the county in his presentation, and he's also shown the personal investment that the managing company has made towards this asset as well, which is, as everyone has said, owned by the county. I think by approving this funding today, the owners are showing that they care about this world-class asset and that they care about the future of our county. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Jenny. Any other public comment on Zoom, please raise your hand so that I can call on you. Any other public comment in the audience today? All right, we're going to close public comment, bring it back to the board. I'll go to Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Having heard all the input, seen everything that's on the table, I'm supportive of the need. I understand that need is there. I think the question that I have is about how we fund it. And so for me, after hearing the pieces about the potential funding sources and the belief in the leadership that we have currently at Laguna Seca, I want to believe that if we invest this money, we will see a significant rise over time in our TOT. I would like to see us go ahead and move forward today with the $700,000+ necessary for the planning, with a plan to come back to our board for the rest of the money that would be pulled from cannabis. I'm comfortable with that, but I think it should be replenished from TOT growth until that 7 million is back in the cannabis fund at 0%. No additional interest, but the flexibility that we have with cannabis money is very significant, and I think necessary for us to continue doing the good work that we do. And so that is something that I would like to see happen in order to keep the cannabis fund flush with the money that we have flexibility with, while recognizing the leadership with growth in TOT inevitable through these investments, in my belief, in this track. And so after hearing everybody's comments, that's currently where I'm sitting, but would love to hear additional conversation from my colleagues.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. I'm going to pass it over to Wendy Strimlane for some guidance around what actions we can or cannot take today.
Right. I just wanted to point out, and I think that this may be consistent with what Supervisor Lopez is saying, that today's agenda item before you relates to allocating only the 750,000, appropriating the 750,000, and also has a proposed action to add the projects to the capital improvement program. But with regard to other expenditures that would need to come back on a future agenda for action to be taken on the future expenditures. But I mean, I think that may be consistent with what Supervisor Lopez is asking to bring something back with a proposal for the additional expenditures, but you just couldn't make a decision on that today until it's put on the agenda.
All right, thank you. Anything else, Supervisor Lopez?
That's it for me.
All right, Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I got to say, I disagree with everything you said. And to the point, I was kind of offended when you talked about these industries not paying a livable wage and the other things. So I just, reasonable people disagree, but I disagree with everything. We turned over a dilapidated facility to someone to run for us. It had 20 years deferred maintenance. And now we're saying run it successfully and then generate the money to pay for that. And how we repay that. 6 years ago, Dwayne Woods was proposing that the county take over the facility and run it ourselves. So who was going to pay back the county if we did that? And we said, no, we don't want turn everything over to PERS retirement and facilities. We got to find someone else to come in and run it. As far as the bridge, it has a long-term needs and it's dangerous. What Janine brought up, life safety issue is critical there. If you wait another year or so, it's going to be condemned. And what was it, 5 years ago, we looked at doing this and Dwayne was proposing a $9.1 million for the bridge. And we said, well, we couldn't afford it. And the question you asked was, why are we looking at it now? When we were at the budget thing, we hadn't got the ARPA funding reallocated. And so we had $56 in a cannabis account, and now we got $20 million in the cannabis account. I do think one of the suggestions with the bridge, if we fund it, we may get some sponsors come in on that. But I'll tell you, until we start putting money into our own facility, none of the sponsors are going to come in and putting any money into the facility. They're sitting there and we're sitting there not putting money into our own asset. And that's the only facility that we do that to of all the facilities in the county. So thank you, Madam Chair.
I have a question, Madam Chair.
Yeah, Supervisor Adams.
So I am disappointed, obviously, at the limitation that I understand that we have today, because we can only go with what's been put on the agenda and the request. And I'm really sorry about that. But what I did want to ask you, because I want to do this the best way we possibly can, if we go ahead and approve the 750 today, could I include in that motion, or perhaps make a second motion, that we come back within weeks before the end of this calendar year for sure, and look at the other $7 million that we need to bring this completely up to where we need to go? I'm fearful that the 750,000 is terrific. I'm really glad for that. But I don't think that's enough to impress the people in the racing world of what our real intent is. But if we have the ability to say that we've got this money set aside for Laguna Seca upkeep and maintenance and repairs and deferred maintenance, then I think we have an opportunity to really make a difference.
And you can definitely direct staff to put an item on a future agenda. It could be a very soon agenda, but you just can't take a vote to approve that action. But you can request that it be put on a future agenda for your future consideration.
Thank you. If I could continue, then I'll make the motion to approve the staff's recommendation for the $750,000 today. And then I will request staff to come back in the extremely near future with a proposal to bring, to request another 7.1, I think was the number that I was quoting. Yeah, 7.6 million for deferred maintenance, upkeep, and the specifically the track and the bridge.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Supervisor Adams with a second from Supervisor Phillips. Supervisor Alejo.
I'm sure that I obviously originally proposed coming back with the longer term plan to funding the major portions beyond the 750, but I'm not going to support this motion today because I know there's a 4/5 vote here, but I'm not supportive of just funding everything. We don't have $7 million in the cannabis fund account. We have a very stressed budget. As budget chair, I've said that numerous times. I think we need to be strategic. I think we need to be responsive to some of the concerns that Supervisor Askey brought up. We have a lot of pressures, a lot of asks for the community, but I think there's some efforts we can follow. I think what Mr. Wood said, we do need a business plan. So that when Laguna Seca becomes profitable, which I know it will, under John Narigi's leadership, it hasn't been, we haven't got there because we hit a pandemic for the last 2 years that right when he started working. But I hope that after the pandemic, if there is net profit for the track overall, then that could be put aside to repay what we put forward. Those are all reasonable requests. I think the public reaction, we're not just putting money, scarce dollars, tax dollars to just fund the request, but we're saying, okay, at the moment that we are generating funding, let's replenish those funds. That's a smart strategy. I think it's also smart on the bridge that if we could put out a message to say the county could put up 80% of the capital cost, can Friends of Laguna Seca, could other individual donors help us fundraise the other 20%? Then we're creating like a friendly challenge to help us match a small portion of philanthropic dollars with the money that we're putting forward in taxpayer dollars. So those are the ideas I want to see, not just say, hey, let's just fund everything out of cannabis when we know we don't have that money right now. And when we know that we're going to be coming out of a pandemic and we're going to be getting many other requests. But I don't disagree with the need. I strongly support Laguna Seca as a track. I think it's a great asset. I don't disagree with any of the comments our public members have said about Laguna Seca. I'm there. But I think on this, with this such a big expenditure that we're asking for, I think we need to share our due diligence and come and have our budget staff come forward with different strategies so that we could pay for it and also try to incentivize private capital fundraising. And then secondly, that key piece is if Laguna Seca does become profitable, let's use that to repay that funding. I think those are all fair requests and suggestions that our staff have raised, and I think we should consider those at a future board meeting. And I think what's important today is the $750 commitment, so John could go and tell Rent Sport, yes, they're putting forward. We're now looking how to fund the bigger payments, but I think the majority expressed a willingness to find ways to make this work, and that it will come back within 30 days, whether it's in 2 weeks or 3 weeks. Let our staff come back, and then we could look at each particular aspect of these projects and see how we could fund it, and then also perhaps potentially pay back and raise private dollars as well.
So Supervisor Early, are you making a secondary motion or substitute motion?
Well, I don't know if anybody wants to comment on that, because I don't want to just say come back and tell us how we're going to put up the rest of the money without a lot. I think a more strategic approach to it.
Well,
Supervisor Phillips.
yeah, I can live with that. I just don't want, I don't want to see us, I mean, we got to make a commitment, more of a long-term commitment, or I mean, they're waiting for this on Ren Sports, and we could lose them on the bridge. And if we keep doing this another year, they're going to close the bridge anyway. So obviously, if we're making a $750,000 commitment, I think we have to be committed to keep moving forward on it. I don't have a problem about backing off this right at this time, as long as we have an understanding we're going to take a look at it in 30 days or so. But I would admit that we're in a different position now with $20 million in the cannabis account. That wasn't the situation we were in earlier, but knowing we need 4/5 vote, I'll if you want to make a substitute motion, or however you want to change your motion.
I'm not ready to give up yet. So I just want to know, Dwayne, are you still on Zoom?
I am here.
Oh, good. I'm glad. So I just want to know if you'll weigh in on this with your perspective. I know you know more about the money than anybody else does. So, and you know a lot about Laguna Seca without any question for the work that you did out there for all those years. And I'm just wondering if you can breathe any warm air on this to help us really do the right thing here.
Well, in listening to the board, what I've heard from a couple board members is they have a high degree of confidence that a terms can be struck so that we can engage more stakeholders than just the county and the larger projects. And I would say that I would think that's a great idea. As I said earlier, I mean, moving forward with the track is very important. The bridge is also very important. But in the bridge, there's an opportunity to engage other stakeholders and bring them into the process. So I think if the county could commit, such as Supervisor Alejo has talked about, to asking stakeholders to come in on the bridge while we're moving forward with the track, trying to simultaneously have these projects go forward at the same time is very important. And then Supervisor Lopez was interested in a repayment plan. So I think if we move these projects forward, and then at the same time explore all opportunities to leverage other sources of funding on especially the bridge, I think that I think I'm hearing that would be important for the majority of the board, and also dealing with the concept of that you brought up with providing a business plan, how it's going to manifest over 5 to 10 years. That goes in line with what Supervisor Lopez is saying about, are we sure that we can return on investment with our TOT and those things. Those things can all be worked out in the long term. But I think moving forward, what I hear is a commitment of the board to start the project, to make sure the projects go, but to ask for some engagement, especially on the bridge.
So are you saying essentially that, let me just, I'm putting words in your mouth, that we should move forward with the 750 today, but come back soon? What I'm worried about is the timing on getting started on the track. If we were to limit this to the 750 and the track, I'm fearful if we don't make a commitment to it now, that we're going to end up it's going to be February and we're still not going to be doing anything to start moving forward on it. And there's a limited time, we've only got a certain number of months that we can do work on the track anyway. So can you just give me your thoughts on that?
I would say a commitment to the 750 is commitment to the projects. There's no sense in spending the 750 if you're not moving forward the project. So the commitment today is that would be from the board. I think would need to be clearly state that we're committed to repaving the track and we're committed to doing the bridge. However, when it comes to the bridge, we're going to ask the management firm to seek stakeholders and partners to help us with that. But we are committed to doing those. That's what I'm hearing as a majority sort of position.
Madam Chair, one possibility is you could divide your motion into two motions so that the 750,000 allocation, that's the one that needs the 4/5 vote. And I mean, you'd have to see if the seconder would agree to that as a, but then that would be one option. And then you could have a second motion about what you're directing staff to bring back on a future agenda.
Yeah, and I would support what County Council Strimling said. I think that's a good approach. And I would add into what Mr. Woods said, which is that to build off of the support that you have from all the board members here, which is to show that you have a manager out there that has the business acumen to put forward a return on investment plan for the future. You don't have to have that today, but to say that we're directing staff to come back with a plan with the management firm about how to get the sponsors and contributors to help build the bridge, and also to how to have a firm plan on the return on investment that you're talking about making here. Because everybody talks about this is the a jewel that we need to invest in, and when you invest in something, you're looking for a return on investment, and it's why we have a system out there that says that any money that's generated directly there has to be reinvested in the track, and we want to make sure that is used in that way. So I would challenge the staff and Regi A&D to say, yeah, we're going to come back with a plan to show how to repay this money, because it's going to be a long-term investment. Maybe not one-to-one, but how's it done over time? Supervisor Lopez talked about the increase on TOT, but we're also hoping that there's an increase on just the overall business right there at the track. So I think the challenge could be there. Have a motion to say, come back, staff, with collaboration with Mr. Regi on how to show that making this investment is good for the overall return on investment with the track.
So, Mr. Nerji, you were going to add something, and I think maybe to the point, could you just speak to the potential for the track to generate revenue to pay back any investments that are made?
Yes, Madam
in the
Chair.
5 or 10 year time range? And we spoke about this the other day as well, but if you could speak to that here, I think that would be helpful.
I've been listening closely. I guess I came from the other side. I came from the hotel hospitality business, and I think you heard extremely sound comments from several veterans sitting over here that the track already and has for years generated tremendous funds, TOT and direct spending. I guess my question to the board is, if this doesn't take place, or the business is unable to come up with substantial repay money, or Mr. Fields and myself cannot go out and find you sponsors, what happens if your track closes? What happens if INSA, Indy, and a few others decide, we're kind of done, or we lose Run Sports? As I've said earlier in my presentation, the real economic generation of revenue is from the events we bring in. We market, we sell it, we cut the contracts. Nobody's helping us. So I think we are, in fact, doing more than our fair share. Run Sport, I'm surprised Mr. Canepa, who's been an extremely big help to me at the track since I joined. I believe they're going to a vote tomorrow regarding their selection. Time is up. So if I heard, and I'm not asking anyone, I'll wait for the actual vote. If I heard correctly, you are making a commitment to the bridge, that it will be constructed by September of 2023. Because I can't go to Rolex and I can't go to Rensport and say, yes, I have a commitment. And then what has happened over the last 2 or 3 years, promises and commitments made, and either management or others have not done what they said they were going to do. Those are the conversations I've had to have as a new guy on the block. Chair, you asked me a question. I'm happy to answer it. So we did. We put together a 4-year pro forma starting with 21 through 22. Very conservative. Rensport is in it for 2023. Total gross revenue, Laguna Seca recreational area, just not our events, roughly around $82 million. Monterey County allocations. This year I pay $1.9 million to Monterey County in allocations. For the 4-year period, $8.237 million paid directly to Monterey County. And NOI we do produce, $5.354 million. NOI. The allocation is 12% of the expense of that business paid to Monterey County out of the business budget. I also noted, I went to the form, I did some research on TOT, as I stated earlier. TOT fund, if I'm reading it correctly, and if I'm not, my apologies. 17.7 million. Out of that, about 1.7 goes to the Bureau, about another 900 goes to arts, film, and some other item. And then there's a DSA, I believe, discretionary funds for economic development and tourism. What is your park? What is your track? Does it promote tourism? Yes, it does. Is it economic development? Yes, it is. I see that as the potential fund, because one of the things I was asked by Mr. Ishii and Mr. Flores, John, what ideas do you have for funding? There's a couple ideas. I'm not opposed to Supervisor Alejo's comment that some money should be committed from the business. Okay. I'm from the private sector. You want to do capital investment? You have to come up with the cash flow. You go out and get a loan and the business pays it back. But I think we all know the history. And the Monterey Plaza Hotel and Spa didn't generate TOT on its own. Laguna Seca really generated the TOT because it was Laguna Seca that put people in the beds and put people in the restaurants and put people in retail.
So I'm sorry to
Big
interrupt,
difference.
Mr. Manager, I'm sorry to interrupt. So the question that I asked was, is there a business plan that shows that Laguna Seca as an organization can generate revenue that would repay?
Chairman asked you, I put together a business plan, then we got hit with the pandemic. Be honest with you, have I redone it? But I think you will find in my notes by 12/31, I will put together a business plan. But remember, I have no history. I will not live off Scramp's history. Okay. And what I inherited, I've given it 100%. I was asked to come in and run it as a business. I have done that. I have controlled your expenses. I have returned over $1 million to you from my management fee. Nobody asked me to do it. I just did it. So we will put something together, but performance, assumptions, yes. Anything concrete, I'd be a fool as a business professional to say, I will guarantee this to the county. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We have a motion on the table with a second. We'll go to Supervisor Lopez and then Alejo. And I think what we're looking
Chair,
at a secondary motion to get us to.
in an attempt to get us to move here, I'm going to go ahead and make a substitute motion. And that motion would be a 2-part motion. The first to be to approve the 700,000+ amount as put forward by staff. And the second part, which because it's not financial, I don't think would require a majority, is to have staff come back with options for us to fund the other 7 million, looking at partnerships, looking at sources of funding with a strong nexus, leading back to my request for ROI, to the track, and as well as our overall hospitality industries, hopefully thriving by then with COVID being in our rearview mirror. And so that would be my substitute motion.
I'll second it.
And I would suggest you take those on separate votes.
Okay, so we have a substitute motion from Supervisor Lopez that is split into two parts with a second from Supervisor Adams. Supervisor Alejo, did you have anything to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I hope that the tone and response that I just heard, that it changes. There is no us and the board. We're in this together, and we need to work together. I think hearing the majority express support, what I would hope wanted to hear was, yes, we're going to make this work. Yes, I'm going to go to Rentsport and to the supporters of Laguna, and we're going to do the work to see if we could raise private money to secure Rentsport. The board's going to come back within 30 days, and we're going to look at the other option. But they already put almost $1 million on the table to get the work started tomorrow. I mean, if we want to address it, we're on a team here. This is not Laguna Seca and then the Board of Supervisors. This is our track. We're on the same team. We need to be on the same page. And I think we need to be able to have the enthusiasm also, especially when we're putting almost $1 million forward. And I do want to express, the money in the account doesn't mean that the money is there. We have negotiated a lot more expenses in the last 2-3 months with our collective bargaining units that has significant cost for the counties, costs that were not even taken into account in June. So I want the public to be aware. We have pay raises that were newly calculated in the millions of dollars, increased healthcare costs, a lot of other benefits that we had to just deal with recently with all the different bargaining units for 5,400 employees, some who are still working on. So when we talk about money, it's not like we got locked into where we were at in June. There's a lot of moving pieces here for a very significant, sizable county government employee body. And so I just want to put that on the record. But I think when you hear an expression of support, that should convey to everyone, we are on board. This board is supportive, but we're trying to balance other concerns. And I think when we're raising legitimate concerns about return on investment, those are real. Let's try to find this. When we talk about trying to get capital, private dollars, let's go and make that effort. If the county is saying, yes, we're going to put up a significant amount of money, can our partners put in the rest? Those are all great things. And I'm frustrated to hear that, because when we went over this every single year for the last 5 years, we always had our private partners say, there's people willing to put money. Now, people willing to put money forward to help Laguna Seca. I just have never seen it. I've heard it said dozens of times, but I just never have seen any of those dollars materialize. Can we do it now for a new bridge when the county's putting 80%, and can the private sector put in 20? I think so. I just want to just the tone I heard right now. I just want to hopefully get, when we're willing to be significant contributors to our track. I think that's a great message to hear, and that it should be put out there in terms of the racing rule that the county is going to come up with a solution to. We just need a little bit more time to figure out and put the right strategies forward, and also commitment that if we get revenue back, the money could be repaid as well. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. And I think I can echo many of your comments and my original comments. I think I needed to be really clear about who I represent. And I understand I'm not making friends with the comments I made earlier with the people in this room, but I was elected to represent a demographic of really hardworking Monterey County residents in a community that has 2,000 homeless students, in a community that has 70% of our kids on Medi-Cal. And that's the reality of who I see and talk to every day. And that's the reality that I need to be here, making sure that we don't miss those conversations and those balancing responsibilities that we have. All right. We have a motion. We have a second for the $750,000 request that would, I believe, come from cannabis for today, with a second motion that we'll take a second vote on. Supervisor Phillips, did you want to add anything?
Yeah, I just wanted to concur in Supervisor Alejo's comment. I think we should look at this as a partnership. I just don't think the county has done this. So it's refreshing to hear that the county is stepping up to look at this as a partnership and partnering to try to preserve our asset. Thank you.
And so with the first motion, would that include adoption of the resolution? I believe a resolution is required to make the budgetary appropriation.
Yes.
Thank you.
The second says yes as well.
Okay, very good. So I think we're going to take a roll call vote on the first motion.
Supervisor Alejo? Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Yes.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Askew?
And without a business plan, which I know we requested last month in our budget committee meeting, I'm not able to support this request today. Right, the motion carries. Next up, we have a second motion from Supervisor Lopez. Do you want to restate that, Supervisor?
Absolutely. It's that staff will come back in the next, let's say 45 days. Is that okay, Mary?
I'll look to staff and see if that's going to be a possibility. I am seeing a head nodding. Two on the front say yes, one in the back says no.
Okay.
Yes, we can come back in 45 days.
Okay, so
Okay.
Direction to staff to return within 45 days with a plan to fund the rest of the projects, including options that look at perhaps the return on investment, as well as partnerships with private industry to fill out the rest of the remaining balance to complete these projects.
I just asked for clarification. Could I just get Mr. Nariji's, he's having a heart attack back here, his opinion of the 45 days? What would be something you would think would be a workable number?
The concern goes back to Rensport. They're making a selection tomorrow. Guess the question is, do I have the authority to inform them that a start-finish bridge will be completed by September 2023, or they will walk? We're up against 4 other key first-class, well-maintained, modern facilities. And it's about that start-finish bridge.
Okay, thank you for that. It looks like we've got some discussion up here.
Well, I think the way I would frame it is that, the board can't just say, oh, we guarantee a bridge is going to be made, finished by a certain period of time. What I would suggest is that, with that motion, that it shows a commitment to finish those projects that are encompassed within I can't remember, 7 point something million.
You want 7.6.
7.6 million is a commitment to to put together a plan to fund the projects that come within that 7.6 million.
So if that were part of the motion, then is that what we were talking about, the possibility that would work, to have that as part of a motion?
Well, I thought that was Supervisor Lopez's motion, is to come back with a plan to fund those projects.
Correct.
As long as and if that were specifically said, then I'm hoping then that Mr. Niji would be all right as well.
I think, Madam Chair, I think there's sort of a balance here, which is you got to come back on a future agenda, to consider the options for funding the rest of it. And then with regard to any specific project, what you just approved included adding the bridge, the track repaving, and turn 3 structure to the capital improvement program. So that reflects that it's going to be in the program, but then the specifics of the project, the appropriate environmental review, those things have to be done before you can make a commitment as part of the, public, as a public project that you're required to do those things. So I would say that, what I'm hearing in the motion is it is to return, put on a future agenda, the plan to fund how you would fund these projects. And I think, and you can define how soon that can come back to the board's agenda.
All right, so we have a 45-day return, which I hear is not acceptable to Mr. Nariji. And he's looking for an action today that we didn't have agendized and can't actually provide. So, but the commitment that I hear from my colleagues is to continue working with you, Mr. Nariji, to find the ways to fund the improvements that you're requesting, and to continue making investments in Laguna Seca as a county asset. So, to the degree that you can convey that information to whoever you need to convey that to, I think that that's been made clear with the vote that was just taken. With that, I think we have a second motion from Supervisor Lopez to return within 45 days with a more detailed set of options for how to, where the funding will come from and how that's structured. And a second from Supervisor Adams on that motion. So let's take.
And I would just add, I think Ms. Strimley made a really important point there, that the board's first motion that was approved today was adding those projects to the near-term capital needs. That's in item 28B on your agenda. That's very significant.
It is, Mr. Chairman and Madam Chair, with your permission, I just wanted to say perhaps a 30-day window would send a message of more urgency if we come back in 30 rather than 45 days. I think that's helpful, but certainly putting on our immediate capital improvement projects. These are all points that if I was negotiating, I would go tell them that they demonstrate a serious commitment to trying to address the issues, that we just needed additional time within 30 days to come back to address the remaining portion. So I think that's a reasonable at this hour. And like any good lawyer, you go and try to make the best negotiations and utilize all your information at your disposal to try to make the best pitch for your project. And I think we put a lot of significant items to kind of share with Rentsport about what we did today and what we will do within the next 30 or 45 days if it remains as a timeline.
And sorry, Supervisor Vallejo, and just because of the board's calendar, I think the issue there is that you have several dark Tuesdays in November. So I would just say that it'd be the first meeting in December would be my recommendation.
Do what we can to get that back to us within the constraints of meeting calendars. Let's take a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Adams.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Askew.
Again, I'm going to vote no on this without the business plan that we asked for last month. I'm hesitant to put my vote behind this. And I also just need to add, if we suddenly are sitting on $20 million in a cannabis fund, I think there's a number of fairly urgent capital improvement requests that have come through this board, as well as human infrastructure investments, healthcare for our IHSS workers, specialty care for our Esperanza care participants. I'm not going to put either of our health department director or our social services director on the spot, but the significant investments that could be made with similar funds, I think should be considered as well if we have the funding available. So I know. Thank you.
And Madam Chair, just on the bridge, I mean, Rentsport has come for several times now to Laguna because it likes the location, and obviously its fans like the location. And I just want to say, I doubt that this time around that's going to be the deal breaker for bringing a great event again to such a beautiful area that I think the fans love and enjoying the track that they enjoy. But yes, I think they want to get it done. But I'm skeptical that it's the deal breaker for them not to choose this beautiful area for their great event that we loved, we welcomed, and we hope will continue to come here. I just want to express that to Rentsport. I want to see them come. And I think all of us a majority expressed a willingness to make it work out in the very near future. Thank you.
Well,
thank you.
Chair,
Okay, we'll continue conversation. Supervisor Phillips.
well, I had discussions with Rentsport when I was out there, and they feel very strongly about that bridge, especially with the ability to get people who aren't as mobile across on golf carts. So that was the number one issue I got lobbied on by the Rentsport people. So.
All right. Any more conversation on this item? No. All right. We will thank everyone for the conversation. Thank everyone for the public comment today. I look forward to seeing the business plan for how we fund these additional investments. And we'll move on to other board matters. Item number 29, our CAO comments and referrals.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No specific comments today, but I would note that we have a new referral from Supervisor Adams' office, which is to request the establishment of a budget unit and appropriation mechanisms for the Big Sur Byway organization, which was a board-established body to help with many issues surrounding the Big Sur community and the traveling up and down that area and the visitor serving needs there, as well as the needs for the community as that are associated with Big Sur. And so we're going to make that referral to Mr. Vega to actually establish the unit, but it would also be coordinated with Housing and Community Development, who have done a lot of work in this area to help with the Big Sur community and the Big Sur Byway organization. So thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, and any comments today? CAO comments? No, okay, all right. Is there any public comment on our CAO comments this afternoon? Seeing none, we'll close public comment on item number 29 and bring it back to the board for board comments. Do we want to start? We'll start with Supervisor Lopez, since it was your birthday.
Hey, right in the middle of the pile. Just only want to share that today I had the opportunity to step out for a few minutes to help recognize the contributions of the state government to a new Teen Innovation Center in Gonzales. Want to thank Assemblymember Rivas as well as Senator Caballero for bringing that $5 million to the community to help build out a teen innovation center within the community center that's envisioned for the city or there next to the middle school. So it was a great occasion and happy that we were able to get that done today, but I'll keep my comments short today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and happy birthday. We'll go to Supervisor Luis Alejo. Comments today?
A little in reverse order, good. Yeah, happy birthday to Supervisor Lopez and wish you many more. And I did want to just also, again, thank the grower shippers and Clinica Salud for again holding a farm worker vaccine workshop yesterday for another 150 workers. It's great to see just that effort's continuing, and they're soon preparing to do the booster as well for workers that got vaccinated early on. So they're making preparations. So it's just good to hear that work has been consistent for many months now. I also was very impressed with the Coast Futura light rail demonstration project that was in Watsonville last weekend, and it's in Santa Cruz, I think from Thursday through Sunday. A really amazing technology, all battery operated. And when the batteries go out, clean hydrogen engine kicks in, and for a light rail that is completely 100% manufactured in California, just outside of Los Angeles. So it really shows the technology is there. It's a much cheaper, and it's clean, and it's very quiet. And everybody that was on was so impressed. And I know other electeds from San Benito and I know a lot of TAMSI board members that went to go or are going to go visit that. So it shows that the future, something that we thought was in the future, is already here today. So, and also I wanted to really commend our county moving from the substantial transmission rate per CD for the CDC to now today going into the moderate. And today we're only one of four counties in California, along with Marin, Alameda, and San Mateo counties, who have moved into that improved category, and I hope that we stay here. But I just wanted to thank all our county residents and our businesses. Sometimes when we're doing these things that are inconvenient, things that we were not used to doing before, they are making a difference. They're helping us make progress. And I also want to thank our county employees that are getting vaccinated. All these efforts are really helping turn things around for Monterey County. To be one of 4 out of 58 counties who have improved to this category is a testament to our employees, our community members, and our businesses. So I just wanted to share that. The last thing I want to just announce was just this Thursday, we have one of 2 virtual town halls. This Thursday, it's with Supervisor Lopez and I and Salinas Council Member Orlando Orsornio, but we have a panel to talk about student vaccinations, because a lot of parents are concerned, how is this going to be rolled out? What's the timeline? How will it work? Questions they have just about the vaccine. And so we were glad to partner with Natividad, the County Health Department, the Monterey County Office of Education, and 2 TV stations, the KION and Univision, who are helping us promote this in advance and getting people to tune in virtually. So I would encourage, that's this Thursday, all in Spanish at 6 o'clock. And then the following Thursday, October 28th, will be all in English. And that one will that's Supervisor Askew and I pairing up with Salinas Mayor Kimberly Craig. And I want to really thank my colleagues and the council members for tag teaming to get this information to counter any misinformation about student vaccinations that may get out there. Monterey County is coming out early and trying to get the right information out there for our families. With that, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor. We'll go to Supervisor Phillips.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, happy birthday to Supervisor Chris Lopez. I dropped off a good bottle of wine. I hope he adjusted, and his staff was there when I dropped it off. So I think he made a commitment to share it with him. I kind of set him up for that one. But yesterday I had an interesting morning. Josh and I went on a tour of the wetlands restoration project in Castroville, where Ocean Mist has farmed for many years. With me on the tour was Senator John Laird and other representatives of the state and local water agencies. The Central Coast Wetlands Group at Moss Landing Marine Lab has been working with landowners and state agencies since 2002 to restore the wetlands resources within the Mojo Coho Slough to improve the habitat and water quality. These efforts have resulted in 100 acres of freshwater wetland habitat restored on non-productive farmland. The Castroville Slough Treatment Wetland became operational in November 2016 and filters water drainage from 1,000 acres of agricultural land to remove nitrates from the runoff water. It's really pretty impressive, and they're looking to expand that. The runoff water is has a high amount of nitrates because of the fertilizer upon entering the watershed, but the natural process of filtration through wood chips and other means removes the nitrates to the point that the water is in the wetlands becomes safe, healthy, and drinkable water. So it was a pretty impressive project that they're working on in conjunction with the farmers. So they're working together on the project. So thank you, Madam Chair.
You know, my birthday is next month. Mary Adams.
Mine was October 2nd.
Supervisor Adams.
Yes, I just want to say that on this Wednesday, October 20th, the county is hosting the annual Carmel Lagoon Winter Flood Management and EIR update. And residents and community members are encouraged to join via Zoom. So please contact my office for more information about how to attend the meeting if you're interested. Thank you.
Happy birthday, Supervisor Adams, also.
Great and happy birthday. Yes, we can all share birthdays in this fall. In District 4, I had a ton of fun at the Hitchcock Animal Shelter, Hitchcock Road Animal Shelter last Wednesday, playing with some of the cats and dogs. They've got so many animals. They had a bunny. They had some chickens available for adoption. If you are thinking at all about adopting an animal, be sure to go check out those sweet little pets that are looking for their forever home. I'll be hosting with Supervisor Alejo and Mayor Craig a town hall on to help parents get some of their questions answered about the student immunizations that are crossing our fingers are going to be here as soon as possible. So inviting everyone to hop online and find out how to join us for that conversation. And had a great time in Salinas, downtown Salinas, at the Salinas Valley Pride celebrations this weekend. Ton of great folks out. I think people were just so happy to be out and about and connecting with one another again, and to have it right across from Hartnell, where the public could see the signs and see everyone out celebrating, I think was really fabulous. With that, we will read out. I'll ask if there are any readout from closed session items.
No, there's not. Thank you.
Okay. And I believe we have a few adjournments in memory of, and I will ask Supervisor Lopez to make some comments for our adjournments today. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Unfortunately, I have the need to share today about the loss of two key people in the community of Greenfield that gave so much. The first is Andrew Salinas, who was a cousin of our former supervisor Simon Salinas. He was a pastor here in Greenfield for decades alongside his wife Diane, and they have four beautiful daughters. My memories of Pastor Salinas really come from a period where our communities were suffering with youth violence. He stood up in the 4 Cities for Peace initiative, volunteering his time and his staff to really go out and console the communities through their most difficult time and help find positive paths forward for our South County youth. And so unfortunately, we had some rough news last week when we found out that he had passed. And so want to send our condolences to his family as they go through this difficult period, but we know that they have solace in the fact that he was very close with his Lord. So the first adjournment in memory today is for Andrew Salinas, who passed on October 13th, 2021, the leader of El Shaddai Church here in Greenfield, California. And the second is for Teresa Scattini. Teresa passed away at the age of 89 last week as well. On October 12th, she was my next door neighbor. Next door is pretty far away, but she was my next door neighbor, and she was an incredible person who gave a lot to her community through her work with the local Catholic Church, the Holy Trinity Catholic Church here in Greenfield. She's preceded in death by the love of her life, Hugo Scattini, who every time I had the opportunity to talk to her, that was still, that beautiful time frame that they shared together, building a company, building their future here in Greenfield. While a lot of us just see rocks, they saw so much more, and they've left us richer for that vision and what they've left behind with an incredible family who continues to give back. But I will be participating tomorrow in her rosary and funeral. And we just want to send our heart out and our deepest condolences to the family. We know that Teresa was a lively woman. She loved, as I took Theo over, I'd try to go over on weekends in the little car, and she'd come out and play with him for a few minutes. So we're all going to miss her here in Greenfield, but want to send our condolences to the family. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to remember these two community pillars today as we say goodbye to them, but also send our condolences to their family. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. And with that, we are adjourned.